show them, it's a 4 square explosion radius. Here, I can
Oh, you
even
know
just
what I
copy
did?
and paste that.
You said
And
it's
yeah,
20-foot radius.
yeah, it's in the chat. 4 squares is in like 4 little squares. It's not like 4 squares to the left, 4 squares to the right. It's like a
Oh, you
total.
said a radius, man. I got excited. I was like, damn, I could kill everyone.
Yeah, I'm actually giving you fireball throwable. But
Let's
yeah,
see.
per Marty's statement that you're starting the recording, so I'm wanting to record this session, both audio and Roll20. It'll be Marty's Roll20 screen, but I don't plan on sharing it with anyone. It's just with the significance of the session, how like I've commented before that so many people who begin Curse of Strahd campaigns don't make it as far as we do, and certainly don't make it to a proper Dinner with Strahd. I'd love to have this for posterity, and so
Do
don't
they
let it.
die beforehand, or is it?
No, they die to the real boss of Dungeons and Dragons, and that is scheduling conflicts. It's a long campaign, as you guys have seen. So.
Eric, I just want to double check really quick. Just because I want to make sure I put this in right. My +2 Hydra daggers, their damage it's a 1d6, right? Or is it a 2d6?
Whatever a dagger traditionally is, which I think is a 1d6.
Alright, it's just a +2 to attack.
And to damage.
And to damage, okay. Thank you.
So they'll
Attacks
always deal.
+2.
So yeah.
Damage is a 1d6.
Your proficiencies and all that jazz, but yeah, with the recording, don't let it affect anybody's like performance. We're not like on a stream. This isn't going up on YouTube. Like this is really just for me to have something to reference back to. I find that when like friends and family like ask like what's going on and what's new, and I have to tell them like my passion project is a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, it dawned on me like there's like nothing to show for it. I've got 80 pages of notes, but nothing like solid. Just just the memories. So yeah. Once everything is ready, we are gonna start. So whether it be a bathroom break, snacks, texts, let me know when everyone is done tweaking their character sheets in whatever way you might be currently.
Ready to rock.
Let's see here. Yeah, pretty sure I'm good.
Sweet. Okay. Tex and Marty. Sean, are you still modifying your character sheet?
I'm good.
I'm good
Okay.
as well.
It's for piercing.
All right, everybody. Last time on Curse of Strahd, the party concluded all manner of preparations for your impending evening. Weapons were crafted and honed, potions and poisons were brewed, garments of thick fur and fine cloth adorn you all, and as the afternoon wanes into evening, all party members have found their way back to the Blue Water Inn, some more worse for wear than they thought they might be upon their return. As we discussed last session at its conclusion, each of your heroes, your characters, spent time relaxing, meditating, gorging themselves, praying, whatever kind of appropriate preparation you felt that they might undergo during the hours before the events of the evening. I anticipate that each character would probably, adorn their new fine clothes and gather together. The top of the priority sheet, though, is as Jaren, Clara, and Karnis were keeping to themselves or mingling whatever way they see fit at the Blue Water Inn over the past hours, Ren and Salmon do return from their own escapade, clearly tired, clearly battered, beaten, dried blood across parts of them, and I'm sure both of them quick to retire to their own chambers. I think maybe the only one who might have seen them is Karnis, because I think he spent 8 hours just eating in the main common area, whereas I think Jaren and Clara were in their own rooms. But
I was hungry.
so it'll be entirely up to you, Karnis, if you have any commentary on their appearances as they make their way back.
I'm sorry. Whose appearances?
Sam and
Salmon,
myself.
Oh.
Salmon and
Right.
Ren.
What happened to y'all?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
We, yeah. Something that's not as important at the moment. Just know that things are okay.
Did you grab somebody and then they got upset?
Actually, no, I didn't grab anybody.
Are
Well,
you
that's
feeling
kind of a
okay?
lie.
Well, technically you did, but they didn't get upset about it.
They didn't get upset about it. Let's just say I've procured some coin for us, and that's all you really have to worry about. I'll fill you in on the rest later, but we've got some cash. That's all.
The traditional strategy of the party, which is keeping secrets from each other when asking about minor or modern events. All right.
Okay. And just goes back to eating.
And Donka and Erwin keep the stakes coming. They are very aware of what awaits you tonight. I'm fairly certain that everyone is
Stress
concluded
eating.
in all of their pre-evening preparations, shopping gatherings, kind of little discussions about what their characters got up to in the downtime. But I will still, of course, offer you all one final opportunity. If anyone has anything they'd like to say, do comment on. You have, a moment. Just want to make sure everyone truly feels ready.
Oh, because I think this is the first time we spoke since the last time. Congratulations, you two.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Thanks, Tex. Yeah. Yeah, it was a magical engagement, honestly.
Were there hobbits aplenty?
There were so many dudes with rings around their
Yeah.
neck. It's why I didn't wear a ringed necklace around my neck, even though I own one, because I'm like, I don't want to be, you know, one one of the dozen guys you'll see everywhere in the Shire and all these other places. So
It was perfect, though.
it was. I'll tell you more about it at the end.
Fair enough.
All right. Karnas is eating.
Always.
Ren,
Yeah, what else is
I know
new?
you were doing a little bit of sewing into your cloak. You had told me previously.
Yep.
Salmon. I remember you were doing a spirit session. Clara's praying, and Jaren is pondering. Is
More like
there...
brooding, but yeah.
All right. If there's no further ado, questions, clarifications. As I said, I imagine that you would all adorn your fine clothes
Oh, that's
and
right.
get.
Does anyone want to share what they look like? If they've got a minute? Unless you don't want to do that and we can just
No,
keep
but
rolling.
no. By all means, if you would like to re-describe what you would purchase or what you appear as, you
I don't even
absolutely
remember
can.
it.
I've just
Jaren,
got-
you were forced into buying a dark green cape.
Ah, yes. I think as Jared comes down from his room, he just looks uncomfortable with the cape on his back. Like
You look
he
great.
keeps stepping on it and like it's getting caught on stuff.
Karna's gonna be like, "Rude choo choo."
It's like you people really dress like this?
No, I have fur.
Yes.
I'm a pimp.
Karnas is
Never
adorned in
even
the.
worn a cape before? It's not too far off than your trench coat.
Yeah, but you see that is close to my body and doesn't go all the way down to the ground basically.
You can pick it up like a lady's skirt. Just pick it up.
Yeah, well, I need my hands to fight things.
Ah,
Can't be
That
carrying
is a
capes
conundrum
around
I
when
understand.
we have dinner to go to.
looking
Let's go.
wonderful and feeling terrible. Jaren does join. And Karnas, yes, you are adorned in furs, I remember, but more specifically an owl bear cloak, the head of the owl bear serving as, is it a hood? Is it like taking up one of your, okay,
It's
I
gonna
didn't know
be a hood.
or I didn't know if
Either
maybe it
that
was
or
on
it's
your
gonna be like
shoulder.
a Actually, I think I might do the shoulder pauldron instead.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And then
That
what?
seems a little.
think it was leather pants you're wearing and a bow tie.
Yeah, I have leather pants and a bow tie, and some new
Perfect.
boots.
Dressed to kill. I want to know, Clara, Tyler, if you
Yes.
used the dye that the clothier had begged you to use to not have a green dress on green skin.
Not the same shades of green,
Uh-huh, uh-huh.
but she
Well,
did reluctantly.
beautiful. Did you take his advice on some kind of auburn or orange, a burnt color that can pair nicely with your orcish green skin?
Yeah, it's like a really dark reddish orange.
Ooh,
Magnificent.
like a muddy red.
And then for the two characters who I know are most excited to talk about their outfits are Salmon and Ren. We're still on you, Tyler, so what is Salmon wearing again?
Green.
Yes. And
Green suit, nice little cape. Owl bear edition, of course. Thank you, Carnus.
You're welcome.
I
I
think
picture
the
that you have
inside,
a tailcoat on.
Yeah, don't forget about your Hydra scale studded armor.
Oh yeah.
and then I think the inside of your cape is like a different shimmering color, if I remember, than the outside of your cape.
I think it's still green. It just it has like,
You're like, nope, it's green.
oh no, it has the like constellation slight effect, or like you ever see one of those animated TV shows or cartoons where they have the like a background color style that doesn't move while everything else is moving.
Like chowder.
Kind of like Chowder, yeah.
Like chowder.
Like
That's
chowder.
what we're gonna talk about at Dinner with Strahd.
Well, there better be Chowder.
And then
Why
also
would there be
importantly, I
chowder
think,
here? What coasts have you seen in Barovia?
Well, you know, the lake is.
I guess there could be clams in there. I don't know.
and of course, I know the buttons of your shirt are fairly undone. If I recall too,
Oh, of
Tyler,
course,
with Salmon.
of course.
Yeah.
Chest hair
Nice.
arisen.
Nice.
Fucking
All right,
suave.
Shauna. As
You
Ren
slut.
descends- Yeah, yes he is. But as Ren descends the wooden
Aw.
stairs of the Blue Water Inn to join the waiting companions, I know you excitedly want to talk about what Ren is wearing.
Ugh, I'll even put it in the chat so you guys can see.
Oh.
I went a little haywire. I got really excited.
I gave Shauna the
Ren-
opportunity to make an outfit. Pinterest went wild.
Pinterest wild. Ugh. But yeah, so Ren descends the stairs and she's got on this gorgeous, close, like dark, plummy dress that's got this beautiful little spindly vine creepage going around her torso, which is
Ooh.
really pretty. She's got so I don't know if you guys have ever known, but she's always had this copper band around one of her fingers on the inside that says mine, and what she's done is she's taken a little ribbon and then made a cute little choker out of the neck out of her ring and the
Mm.
yep, and a little ribbon. Yeah, her hair is down. I think that's one of the things that you notice where she's always had her hair in like kind of like a messy just couple days old braid. But it's always put together. But as put together as she looks right now, I think her hair looks like it's the one thing that she couldn't bring herself to do. And it's just brushed and down. And it's surprisingly straight for someone who has it in a braid until it curls at the bottoms like she does. Yeah, and then her makeup's pretty simple, but the big takeaway is she's got a nice plummy lip to match her dress, and it fixes her complexion very nice.
She found some lipstick in Barovia.
Mm-hmm. Just wax from a couple of petals, you know? They made it out of. It's easy.
The blood of her enemies.
Yeah.
She's kept that with her actually, yeah, the entire time.
Mm-hmm.
Is she still wearing the elvish boots that improve her stealth abilities, or is she taking those off to wear heels like you had talked about?
Fuck, that's right. Oh. I'm gonna put them in my overnight bag. but I'm gonna wear heels.
Are we?
They're
Did
gonna stay in the
you?
duffel bag, but
Did you have art for this?
I do.
Yeah,
I
you had
did. I put it in
mentioned
the
it.
Discord.
It's not loading yet, but I'm
Oh.
Is it
sure.
not?
Or it depends
Oh
on which
man.
Discord you're putting it in, too. I know we have several.
I put it in the meme overlords, vampiric
All right, no
villains.
problem. I'm sure it'll load, but
Okay.
Yeah, but then her ring of arcane trickery is also out, but just very much like how the hand is for her mage hand, it's just a skeletal hand that's wrapped over one of her fingers.
I think I shared that picture a bit ago. Like the ring is a skeleton hand, that particular ring
Mhm.
wrapped around the finger. But you all look dressed to kill as you gather in the common
I
area.
also bring my owlbear cloak too, by the way. Cold.
Of course, as you gather in the common area of the Blue Water Inn, many patrons beginning to join the growing crowd as evening descends, and you just get a final nod from Erwin as he's tending to his own groups of customers, him, of course, knowing what you're setting out to do. Who has the invitation from Strahd that you had received 5 days ago?
Oh, this might get awkward. Someone's got it, right?
Hold on, I think I can
No
actually
one,
tell you.
no one said they destroyed it or got rid of it. So simply choose who has it.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't think I was even close enough to say hi to him, so I don't think it's me.
Okay, that's one eliminated. The other four of you can decide now who has the letter.
I don't think
You know,
Jaren
it'd be
would
really funny if
take it.
Nazrin had it this whole time.
Oh
like-
my god. She literally would become public enemy number one.
He didn't. I
Become.
remember specifically not even
Wonderful.
going near it. So I
Okay,
think it
cool.
would be
It was
one of you
probably
guys.
Clara.
Why not?
So
Why
it's
not
Clara or Salmon.
Clara?
So
It's
Tyler, you
probably,
have
probably
it.
Clara.
Clara has the letter. I'm glad we figured it out.
Before we continue, should I, in honor of this special session, should I bust out my, like, rolling box and actually use physical dice today?
Yeah, do it.
Sure.
I'm doing it.
I encourage anyone to use physical dice at any point that they would
Alright,
like
hell
to.
yeah.
The downsides of roll 20 is, you can't if you don't. You know, you can't use your physical dice very easily if you don't recall it. So by all means, go ahead. I trust all of you to tell me your rolls.
Gotta brush up on my math skills.
Could do a little
Basic
bit of revision
arithmetic.
today.
But Clara has the letter. You are all gathered in the Blue Water. Where are you all going to attempt to use this letter? Because I'm sure some of you recall that there is some level of arcane inference on this letter, some summoning ability per your observations about 5 days ago.
I think if we can, just because we've already caused enough trouble, it seems, in Valakai with
page.
Strahd, on page, we should probably just head out the gates and just get on the road and then get it, so that way he doesn't come in here.
Yeah, I'm with that.
Take
We can
an
at least just get
evening
out
stroll
the gates.
in your finery through the streets of Valakai. Many heads turning to look at how you all present. Not uncommon given your distinct visual differences even on a normally dressed day compared to the Barovian commoners, but especially so today. Looking for different reasons, whether it be in awe of very conventional beauty, as Ren and Claire have adorned themselves in dresses, in raised eyebrows to bow ties and chest hair, or maybe a few admirable looks to a flowing green cape that fits Jaren better than he wants to admit. But you
What's
do all make your way outside, and I'm just gonna switch up the music here. Hold on a second. Mm. Stepping out of the confines of Valakai and Clara clutching the parchment of Strahd's invitation, you immediately note, Clara, and anyone else looking at it, that the paper has remained bone white, its abyssally black ink entirely unfaded, and the wax seal of his signature still blood red upon it, despite the harsh, waterlogged terrain that it's been forced to accompany you all through in recent days. And the scrawled line of writing that read, I bid you dine at my castle in 5 nights' time, shifts before your eyes, 5 nights rearranging to a dark-lettered tonight. And Clara, your eyes are drawn towards the runes embedded within the wax seal, and a phrase intrudes in your mind. The words, black carriage. Clearly a somatic component to you.
Black carriage?
Black carriage. Does Clara
Does
read it
anything
like
appear
that?
when, yeah, does anything appear when I
Questioningly?
say
Yeah, I
that?
don't think the question mark is part of it.
Is that just
Then
what
yes.
it says, or is that a picture?
That's what it says right here.
I go to take a look too.
And as
Come
that
on, put your
phrase
chest
is
behind it.
spoken, the
Oh, never mind.
lettering glows red and hot in your hand, and the parchment ignites. The red seal, the last to burn as you drop it, and it flutters to the ground, incinerating itself. And as it floats to touch the ground, the ever-present tendrils of the Barovian mists around you thicken rapidly, swirling inward around your party, quickly cutting off all vision of the Valakai walls, the road, and the forest around you. And a very few... Yes,
Go
Carnus?
ahead. No, you're good. I was gonna say who's ready to die.
Guess there's no turning back now.
Moments of silence pass before, through these choking mists, you hear thudding hooves and creaking wheels through the fog. A ray of moonlight pierces the quickly grown veil of mist from above, illuminating a cut forward path to
Oh boy.
two hulking black stallions tow an ornate, dark wood and iron wrought carriage. Its frame is sturdy with harsh edges, and weaving filigreed patterns flow along its rigid metalwork. A dim orange light glows from within the black tinted glass of the vehicle, and at the forward seat is a hunched, long cloaked figure wearing thick black riding gloves, a low hood concealing their face, and a tall black top hat. The horse's gaze stopped, bore into the party, and the driver's head turns towards you all, shadow completely concealing his facial features. And carriage doors creak open.
That's not foreboding.
Off we go.
Yeah, you first.
Darren,
Conan
do you
gets into the fucking carriage just without hesitation. Fuck it.
I'm gonna pull Jaren back for a second. I'm just gonna tug.
Are you pulling Jaren like by his cape?
Yeah, I'm gonna like tug on your cape a little bit, and I'm gonna just like pull you off to the side. Be
You
like,
see what I mean? I'm so grabbable.
you are, but that's actually a good thing because I
What?
need to talk to you. You said
Now?
that no, it's about you. Your lantern. Keep it
Uh-huh.
on you as much as you can.
It never leaves my side.
Okay.
You want it on?
Just
Open.
You want to just bathe in green light the whole way? We can.
I don't know. I'm afraid of things.
That's a very prominent statement for today. Yes. I'm glad you're locked in.
As Jaren and Ren are debating in the back, a debate mostly led by Ren, Karnas has already stepped into the carriage, the whole thing just clunking with his weight as he pushes in through this small door not meant for his size. And Karnas, as you step in, I think prepared to kind of tuck in your shoulders and your rippling muscles to fit with the others who have to get in here too. You are welcomingly surprised to see that this carriage is much bigger on the inside than it looks.
Oh, thank God.
Clara and Salmon, do you halt at all, or do you join them? And same to Jaren and Ren after your talks of fear
I
and
go
green
in.
light.
No,
Okay.
Oh, right
but
behind
real
Carnage.
talk. What actually specifically should I be looking out for?
I was more so just thinking that we've been scryed on before, and it's one of those things where, like, I know now we know that you're lantern can see that, but like going in this carriage, it's like I don't know how much time we're gonna have, or if we're gonna be able to like talk in there, if anybody wanted to. But like, I feel like that's an opportune place to scry, just in a big
Sure.
enclosed thing. So it's just one of those
I'll
reminders of like, just have it open so that doesn't happen.
look, Red.
That's
I'll keep it in mind. But we are kind of walking into the hornet's nest regardless.
all.
What are hornets?
Harness, you're in the carriage. You can't hear this.
What do you mean? The door's open.
We're out of earshot.
And you just hear, guys, this carriage is way bigger on the inside. This is awesome.
Oh, thank God. I wasn't
Not
gonna. I
comforting.
wasn't sure if we're gonna need multiple trips with your ass.
Yeah, the space within the carriage is clearly magical. Its internal dimensions far larger than its exteriors, as Karnas excitedly proclaims. And much finer as well than standard coachman's carriage. Ruby red satin couches line these extra dimensional walls, positioned under tall black tinted windows that are larger than the windows appear on the outside, though these windows are tinted in such a way that they are impenetrable to sight. Secured candles glow a dim orange within the extra dimensional lounge, and a floating lute picks a melancholy tune. A decanter of wine, surrounded by 6 crystal glasses, sits atop a central round table, unperturbed by the motion of the carriage.
Well,
Is
this
everybody
is-
in?
Yeah, I would say so at this point.
The doors shut, and you hear a clicking noise as they do.
Well, now there's definitely
The
no turning back.
carriage begins to roll forward, simply by the sense of motion you all get, not the visuals out the window. However, any who attempt to watch out and someone cracks a cold one in the black carriage,
Pop some bubbly.
He's gonna charge us for that. Don't you know how these things work?
the motion that you do detect outside these tinted windows is not of traditional means. There's a swiftness to the myths and the imagery that you can barely make out. Even at the speed you would be used to seeing a horse-drawn carriage move, this is clearly, well, much, much faster.
What is a
You don't know what
bus?
a bus is.
Wheels on the wagon go round and round.
As you all find your seats, the dim orange glow of the candles increases, and the small wisps of burning smoke form thicker as well. They're nicely scented. And with the aromas that begin to dance around your nares and the smoke from these candles that spirals across your vision, the smells are strangely familiar, reckoning some memories from your own pasts, some sense that are comforting that you can't quite put your finger or your nose on in the moment. And as the smoke increases across your vision and the warp speed travel to this carriage's final location, the extra dimensional space begins to dilate and almost breathe around you. You're each still aware of your companions in the cart, and whatever conversations you may have been having slowly fade as these aromas and these visuals overtake, and you each find yourself in a blended environment of this carriage and something familiar.
I
I'd
want
like each
my
character.
my
Go ahead.
lantern is lit, by the way, just in case.
The lit lantern in this moment, I think, just does well to really highlight the physical forms of your companions in the shifting environmental shape that you're experiencing, almost grounding them for you in one another. Um, and there is a strange outline of clearly some unseen servant who is playing the lute, though their face is a bit unrecognizable, but you don't note any scrying orbs or anything else similar. But what I would like, as you all take this ride in the foreboding extra-dimensional black carriage as these scents and smokes linger around you, is to each describe to me what your character's happy place would be. A place of comfort and relaxation that these incenses would gather to mind. And we're going to pause there because Jack just arrived, so I'm going to let him in. And you all have a moment to think about what your character's happy place is. Something that I think none of your characters have attempted to think about in the last 2 to 3 weeks. But give me a moment, guys.
Oh, Shauna, very nice, very nice. Your thing just fucking posted for me.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, super. What you guys don't see is that she has her, even though she switched into heels, and her normal clothes and armor in the overnight bag. She still has her Hidden One's blade. Oh, under her gloves, she's got like these black velvet gloves to match the purple velvet dress. So she's got a Hidden One's blade on the inside of her forearm. And then she's also got her silver-tipped Hydra dagger strapped to the inside of her thigh. So she's still strapped.
Hot.
Right? Isn't she?
Yeah.
But I love her.
You gotta love an armed woman, right?
See, here's the thing. Is like, this is also like, as a woman, this isn't a masquerade, but this is the closest thing I'm gonna get to it right now.
In Barovia? Yeah.
Yeah, this is my masquerade ball.
Yeah. We're probably gonna die, but you might as well have fun doing it, right?
I'm gonna have so much fun. I'm gonna look so fucking good. I had started making my own like Dinner with Strahd prep sheet of like, okay, so what do we know so far? What do I want to ask him? What are things to stay away from? Yada yada. Hey, hi Jack.
Ren is taking the song that song that's like
literally...
dance till you're dead. That's literally
Yeah.
that's literally Ren all episode.
No, she's very anxious, honestly. She's
Alright,
she's
Jack is
done
getting
banquets
settled.
before. She's dressed up to the nines and infiltrated banquets and stolen shit, but she's never like dined with a royal. So she's trying to like tap in at the moment to work.
Try to turn
this,
try to silver lining this a little bit.
Yeah, I'd be like, I've done this before. It's fine. We're just gonna go have a talk. We're gonna look nice. It's great. Like
she's never actually
being like,
been in.
While she's hiding blades on every square inch of her body.
Making sure my friends have all their shit activated.
Yeah.
Rose walked in, right? We're playing nice, but just in case we can't.
Alright. Unless anyone volunteers to go first, I have no problem calling on each of you to
Yeah, go for it.
tell me what
can go.
what happy place is. Yeah, go ahead. What is Ren's comfort place? A sensation and memories and sense that she entirely did not expect to experience in this carriage ride, but have become reality nonetheless.
I think the smoke to her would start to smell like cinnamon rolls, and that would immediately put her back into the city that her and her two friends, Cecilia and Willa, kind of grew up once they had left their previous circumstance. Little kids running around in, a shitty city with nothing but, what they can take. It's a really harsh life, but not all people are evil or want to kick some kids when they're down. Some people do want to help. So I remember a bakery that the little old lady who ran it would, after hours, shut down but save us something fresh, and she'd feed us, and we'd always get cakes and cinnamon buns and chocolate pies and all these really good things that no other kid we knew could ever get, and that was like our little secret. She would always help us out.
The perks of being an orphan. Free dessert.
Yeah. Just gonna look real sick and sad all the time.
Well, as you sit there experiencing just that, the character to your right, Karnas, is experiencing...
Stretched out before me is a complete mountainous natural range where it's like I'm sitting on a cliff top overlooking it all. There's a waterfall of massive proportions off to like the right. It's just the most scenic, natural landscape you could ever imagine, and then multiply it by 10.
Beautiful. Purple Mountain's majesty. Well, you might be excited to find the views that await Karnas when they reach the point of which can be seen from all edges of the valley.
There's so
And-
much rock for me to hide it.
As to his side is our fell shepherd. What is this foreboding character's happy place?
I think that when the smoke kind of enters Jaren's airways, it kind of transports him into almost like a vision, right? Where he's kind of walking along a dirty path. There's autumn trees all around him. It's like windy, but not too windy as to be uncomfortable. He's just kind of walking and crunching along on dead leaves. He's got a walking stick with him, and on like attached to it is a bag of supplies that he just went and picked up from the nearby town. That smoke that he's smelling is a campfire that has been lit outside his home. It's surprisingly solemn, right? I think he steps into that. It kind of sits down, and like you can see in his home, there's a singular bed. Looks like just kind of a solitary little shack next to a very, very beautiful, well-kept, cemetery with mausoleums of white kind of maybe a little bit run down stone and moss, but still clean that it looks nice. But I think
Cared for.
the important thing that maybe he doesn't even recognize is that, this home is very much looks like it's built for a singular person in this moment.
And that's a comfort to him?
Yeah, in a way. I think in a way.
So the solitude of Jaren's preferred life combined with the tranquility of a wanderer's lifestyle, and of course all tied around what home is, a well cared for cemetery. Some surprising features to that happy place, maybe even to Jaren, as you had implied, given his developing demeanor, to be able to harken back to the simple life, and maybe make him realize as he longs for time alone that he has been with others for longer than he is used to.
He's quite the antisocial character, let's be honest.
All right, Tyler. You can choose whether Clara or Salmon go first.
Eric, check your DM on
Okay.
Roll20.
Okay.
Clara. Oh.
Are we gonna die?
I hope not. Clara would see a not damp but dark cave home surrounded by her dwarf family at the dinner table getting ready to eat. Very simple. She just misses home even though she left on bad terms.
Interesting for her. And what
Salmon
little
would
you share with the party.
Salmon would see his party, or his old party, his band, and even though he feels comfort in that, you'd see that this is the most he's ever been locked in, kind of ignoring the comfort that used to give him.
As I'd said, these are comforts that none of you have really had the time or privilege to ponder on in the recent gray days of your Barovian adventures, if you can call them that. As you all experience these visions, these scents, these moments, and again, you're all conscious of the others in the room. You're not totally hypnotized and whisked away to a fairy tale. It's apparent to you all that this is in effect being brought on by the incense in this carriage. I'd like you all to roll a wisdom save.
Huh.
No, fuck.
Oh, it's weird. Like, okay.
So if you're rolling real dice, just shout it out.
I got a 10.
All right.
a whiz save.
Mhm.
Depends on what this is for. If I can get advantage.
I suppose it's not a.
You don't have to tell me.
Well, I know you're implying the charm effect of your elvish bloodline, and I don't think this is not a charm effect. I would just roll a straight whiz save.
Got 4.
Okay, we doing good shit today. Let's go.
2 10s and 2 18s. All right, we're consistent.
I got 4.
Well, Ren, as everyone else around you begins to experience, or all clearly are experiencing a peaceful moment, the scene before you, Ren, shifts again. And those warm scents of cinnamon and chocolate from this bakery and the comfort of these orphans, one by one in the vision, the orphans start to disappear as swirling mists engulf their visages and pull them back. The desserts begin to turn rotted and malformed before you, and the shifting cityscapes that you are comforted with returns you to another familiar place, the inside of clearly some great grinding windmill. And whatever appearance of the baker that was so nicely in your memory is twisted into this bulbous nose, drawn green skin, and clawed fingers with a cackling voice as these desserts morph into the pastries that you had seen at Morgantha's windmill. And what few orphans remain are the faces of those ones that you have searched for in cages around you, and yourself unable to reach them. You can all clearly see, or if any of you care to see, that Ren is having a bad trip.
Oh no!
Whoa, man.
But
Yeah, no. I think you guys would just see her like now just wide-eyed, just start drawing back into herself, just trying to like shake her head out of it. Just not look at it, don't look at it, shut your eyes, kind of thing.
as these pleasant and then from pleasant to unpleasant experiences continue, they begin to fade. And you can feel the magical speed of the carriage begin to slow. And this sensation of being tilted upward. You're unperturbed by the shifting gravity, and so aren't the decanters and the glasses if anyone had had any wine, but clearly you are ascending. And the swirling mist seen through these nearly impenetrable blackened windows begin to slow. And there is a clear clap of thunder that shakes the surrounding area, and the vision outside darkens further. Your visions and senses do return to normalcy, even if a little fuzzy, as these incenses wear off somewhat suddenly, and the carriage stops. The door swings open, and not too far ahead, a clear rocky path the carriage cannot fully continue upward.
Oh shit.
You can see the towering twilight sky scraping peaks of Castle Ravenloft. The ever visible spires of this castle are just that from all corners of the valley, as you have come to know all too well. Clearly there's a character who's very interested in something they can see along the ridges. What are you circling?
I don't know.
Whoever
It
is
looks like some
circling.
sewer entrance thing. Look at that. It's clearly a secret path.
I didn't finish. Stop pinging things.
but truly closer than you've ever seen it, darker than they've appeared, because this is still, despite the visual, the one of the nights of the new moon, maybe a crescent sliver starting to appear in the sky, and the dark storm clouds overhead still being interfered with by occasional rumblings of thunder, clearly fit to burst at any moment. The carriage door closes, your visions and senses truly return to normal, and like I'd said, these pleasant scenes and senses that you all experienced, entirely unexpected in the black carriage, whisking you to Ravenloft, what might have seemed, I think at first, like this welcome reprieve. The reality is, as you all step out of this carriage, the skies are gray, the twilight is unending, the mountain escapes are no shades of green or color. Everything is constantly damp, and it is Ravenloft before you. I think now more than ever, you would all find yourself forcefully reminded you're in Barovia. That hasn't changed, and it's not going to soon. With that, the carriage ambles away. Mists quickly engulfing it, and the sounds of its hooves fading faster than they should along these rocky paths. And you're only some few hundred meters at most, I think, around the thin walkways that would take you to Castle Ravenloft's gates. If anyone has any, again, moments of preparation, questions, concerns, or comments amongst yourselves before, I think, inevitably stepping forward, you have a moment.
I think Jaren is just staring upward at this spectacle in front of him. Not really saying anything.
Ren is also staring up at it, but I think finally here there's where
You're cutting out.
there's a very twisted sense of fight or flight going on, looking up at these spires, where this is the exact last place I want to be, but this is also the exact place I've wanted to get to since I got here, and my friend isn't there. And I don't leave my friends behind anymore. And Ren's gonna square her shoulders, and I think if you guys know what putting on a mask looks like, I think that's the closest thing you see to it happen with her. And she takes a couple steps forward and looks like she's gonna prepare to walk.
It's a notable thought. I think anyone in their right or even unright minds that gaze at Ravenloft this close or from afar, there's only one denizen that anyone could think of, and that is Strahd von Zarevic. But as you said, Ren, you recall Irina, another person that you know to be within those spires. If Clara, Salmon, or Carnus have any thoughts, comments, preparations, they of course might make them as well, as Ren is the first to begin walking along the mountainous path.
Yeah, so my Discord's been not working, so I've heard maybe 5% of what's been said in the last 5 minutes.
Oh.
Well, the visual is there for you, and I think you get the idea. If you're on roll 20 at least, you can certainly see what I've been narrating, and I hope that it speaks for itself. If you need to take a moment, is your Discord working okay now?
I think so.
Okay.
I don't know.
You sure it's not just Shauna? No, you sure it's just not Shauna's
If you need
mic?
to
'Cause
take a
sometimes
moment,
it
adjust
pops in there.
anything,
No, because
I literally-
Eric was speaking, not.
Like I said, if you need to make any adjustments, you know, this is a good little break in the scenery. If you need to like disconnect, reconnect, etc.
Yeah, I'm just gonna restart Discord real quick, just to
All right.
try and unfuckery this.
Well, while you
Understood.
do that, Salmon would like to perceive any maybe paths around, secret entrances, maybe some
Mhm.
circular sewer grate on the side of a cliff. You know, who knows?
So ridiculous.
I'll allow you to
So
roll
fucking
perception.
ridiculous.
It is going to be a disadvantage as
Oh.
almost there's this force against you as you try to perceive this castle swirling in mists in impenetrable darkness, because it is not only in the depths of night in the new moon, but the darkened skies themselves
It's
contribute.
okay, I got dark vision. It's fine. I got a
You
9. Right?
on a 9. There is so little that jumps out to you. I think any attempts at, just candidly as an adventurer trying to find some kinds of passages or entrances or other secrets, are made entirely difficult not only by the darkness, but the crags of the mountain themselves, and almost this pull that, whether it be your own mind and eyes being pulled or something pulling them, an attempt to look around and away from Ravenloft this close to it, your eyes really just keep lingering upward at the castle. A sight that demands to be seen.
I think knowing that, knowing Ren's like determination, but also air of caution, seeing her step forward in front of the group, I think that will kind of like knock Jared out of a bit of his trance, and he'll start walking forward as well. But I think his mind kind of wanders to the staff in his hand, and he's kind of wondering, in a presence like this, like, is it reacting at all?
Yeah, God. Roll me a flat charisma check.
Flat charisma. I gotta like check my character sheet every time I'm rolling, because I'm not used to rolling
No problem.
physical dice. 11.
Okay. Similarly, where I think a lot of senses are seemingly clouded in your attention to things in the presence of Ravenloft, but even just beating, a baseline 10, and with a staff that you've spent some time with growing accustomed to, you know that there's some level of sentience in this staff that has made itself abundantly clear to
Yeah,
you.
I
As you
think
try
that's
to
what Jared
reach
is
out-
trying to connect with. He's like, what is the vibe from something that is similarly evil, you know?
Despite your knowledge that this staff is, well, evil, in the presence of the home of someone and things that are, of course, evil, the maybe expected resonance in a good way that you would feel between these entities, is it excited to see one another, you detect easily, even with an 11 or a 10, the opposite. There is revulsion just emanating from the core of this staff.
I actually think that is
feelings
what
of
Jaren
hatred.
was expecting.
These deep-seated feelings of overwhelming, wafting despise, disgust, and hatred from this thing. And I think, despite you being able to feel this, I think almost the intensity of them, combined with the presence and the aura that the castle clearly exudes, it's harder to pinpoint any details surrounding those overwafting feelings from this item, but you get the basis.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful.
But
We will wait
basically,
for- oh, good.
is it okay? So it's disgust and not fear, correct?
No fear present whatsoever in this staff. Absolute low.
Okay, I think Jaren was actually like kind of considering that this might be afraid of walking into here, but disgust is an interesting one. Maybe he wasn't quite expecting that.
There is much to the staff to be unexpected still.
Yeah,
We
yikes.
will wait for Texas and Karnas to ideally return. I don't
I'm
know.
already here.
Oh, sweet. I hope it's working.
So far.
Does Karnas have any thoughts, comments, doings as everyone else has taken a moment to do as they approach? It's okay if you do, okay if you don't, but you have the opportunity as Karnas gazes up at Castle Ravenloft.
Needs a little greenery. I've seen better. Just gonna start fucking antagonizing the fucking host right off the rip.
We
Yeah.
discussed that you're not
Careful,
going to do
buddy.
that.
We said we
did
play
we-
nice.
I know we discussed that you're not gonna do that. Yeah, no, Karnas, ever fearless, is just as so as he approaches Castle Ravenloft. Unsurprising.
You just need some green, alright? I don't know what to tell you.
Roll me a perception at disadvantage, Tex. I will allow this because you are eagle-eyed.
Oh boy.
It would be normal otherwise.
I'm saying disadvantage in this moment.
Okay,
Oof.
fine, be that way.
Get fucked.
Ugh.
Fuck your eyes.
So
His
it's like
eyes are the only thing letting him try to see this at disadvantage. No one else
Well,
even
I
gets a
mean,
shot.
I get.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
That's-
I was
that's
confused,
actually-
'cause I was
that's
like, I
crazy.
would
Oh,
I
damn.
would normally get it at. Nope, not seeing shit.
I think you actually make the initial attempt to scan, to search, to detect, to kind of map out this new area from afar, as Karnas, the ever-surviving hunter, does. And as your eagle eyes try to pierce what secrets this castle might reveal from this distance, I think there's clearly a distracting sensation that fills you. That the
Guys, we're
attempt to discern this castle as anything more than something magnificent and fear-inspiring, there's a resistance to your eagle eyes. But you tried. The party walks along the narrow, jagged mountain paths. Again, only some handful of 100 meters forward. The carriage has deposited you quite close. And as the clouds are still darkening overhead and thunder roars, they have not severed yet. And with that, it takes very little time to approach the entryway to Castle Ravenloft. One moment.
Oh,
my
A
Fight
Oh my
motherfuckers
God.
right off the rip.
Please,
Hey.
I'm in heels.
a lowered drawbridge of old, of shored up wooden beams stretches across this chasm you've approached as you travel towards Ravenloft. A 50-foot wide precipice over a fog-filled chasm disappearing into unknown depths. Besides the bridge are towering twin turrets of stone, broken from clearly just years of exposure. The chains of the drawbridge creak in the growing wind, and their rust-eaten iron is clearly straining under the weight of the bridge. And from atop the high walls across, there are stone gargoyles that stare out of their hollow eyes down at you, grinning hideously. And beyond that, a wooden portcullis, more maintained than the bridge, but still green with some growth, is open to a courtyard swirling with mist. And of course, beyond all of this is, closer than it has ever been, the startling, awesome presence of Castle Raven, scraping the valley skies above you. And you find yourself standing at this wooden bridge precipice. Do as you like.
Myself down.
Uh,
Was anyone expecting more of a welcoming party?
I was expecting to get shot on sight, so yes.
Yeah, I don't think he
Yes,
would have.
quite
I
the
don't.
welcoming party.
I don't think.
We had an invitation. If he
Right,
shot us on sight,
yeah.
then he wouldn't be the gracious host he claims to be.
Exactly.
So,
But still, we're kind of just
walking in.
walking
Is
in.
that
Yeah.
Ren's walking in first?
I'll walk in.
Fucking Sunday.
All right.
gonna-
I would
before
like
I
to keep a passive perception going as I walk.
Alright.
I'm gonna take a little half like test step before I get on the bridge.
Buckles under just your weight.
Yeah.
Alright, Tex, if you're taking the first half step onto the bridge, just roll me a d20.
Oh,
Oh, God.
fuck me sideways.
Salmon backs
There's
up.
just no way.
15.
All right. The bridge clearly strains under your weight, as weighted as you are, but it holds, and you might proceed forward.
All right.
That's what that was
So
for? Damn.
Okay, well, let's
This
keep
just
going.
in.
I'm a big bitch. What do
Karna's
you
Ren,
too
roll a
fat for
d20.
the bridge.
Roll a d20, Ren.
Oh, are we getting
God.
are we getting like
no.
vibe checked by this bridge right now?
I did say kept a passive perception. If you need me to roll a perception check before I
Nope,
step on the
nope,
bridge.
nope, nope. I just want you to roll me a regular 20-sided dice and tell me what you get.
Oh my god. What number is that? A 10.
And the bridge easily supports your life weight as you stride forward in heels.
I'm gonna quicken my pace, but keep my back straight and just run across the bridge. Leap.
Who's next? Clara's next. Clara, a d20. It groans under your armor, but you pass. And Salmon, a d20.
Oops, I didn't mean to do 2. I hit the wrong button.
That's okay.
11. I'm tiny.
That's, you are able to pass easily. And finally, the Fell Shepherd, who has observed everyone passing successfully. The bridge lay before you, and the entrance to
It's
Ravenloft
just like
beyond
he's,
that.
he's stepping onto the bridge. Like, why does everyone look so nervous?
And
Just a,
so,
a D20, right?
Yep, just a regular d20.
19.
Yep, it supports your weight easily. And
Eric,
you
you're
all
stressing me the fuck out.
manage to cross this old wooden bridge with ease.
God.
Alright, and as you
Hands are
do,
funny.
and the mists seem to kind of part as you truly approach this first wall of Ravenloft.
Oh, sweet.
Thick, cold fog swirls in this courtyard, but it does part as you approach and pass under the portcullis. Sporadic flashes of lightning begin to lance the heavy clouds above, and thunder shakes the ground, the clouds clearly nearly ready to burst as you truly enter the perimeter of Castle Ravenloft. You see torch flames fluttering on each side of the keep's main doors, and high above the entrance is a round window of twisting stained glass. Surprisingly warm lights spilling forth from it and flooding the courtyards in these dancing fiery reds, yellows, and orange. And from the flickering shadows cast against these walls of the courtyard and tucked away from the dancing lights of the stained glass, there's this hunched, short figure that stirs and rises as you all step forward.
Ew.
Hey, that's not nice. Leave him alone.
I
It
think
lurks
Jaren
forward.
says that out loud, by the way.
It lurks forward into view. Its appearance is entirely strange. Its stature is hunched and short, not even 5 feet tall. Its body is this amalgamation of animalistic parts, this mongrel. The left side of its face is covered with lizard scales, and it has the ears of a large cat. Its left
Mongrel
foot
intruder.
looks like a duck's webbed foot, and its arms have patches of black canine fur growing along their crooked forms. And he wears a loop of twine around his neck, hanging from which is an iron key and a decorative wooden pendant fitted with a varnished human eyeball. As this creature lurches forward, eyes fixed on you all under the portcullis, it speaks. Master said we'd have guests. Master Nut says they be so ugly. As he observes you all, a chuckling grin just kind of overtaking his face as he scans you all, laughing at his own comment. In the midst of his laughing, he stops suddenly and looks up and away, as if some other voice is speaking to him. No, Master says not allowed. Glancing back at you all, not yet. And he bows low, his mongrel face scraping the ground. And from that, you can see that atop his scraggly fur head is some kind of sleeked oil made sleeker by the moist air, as if there was some attempt for him to style its hair. Cyrus is to show you to the elf, he says with his face against the dirt. Yeah. Keep your hands to yourselves, or he might break them off.
Can I get like try to determine what the hell he was like talking to?
Yeah, you want to vibe check him?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can roll an insight.
All right.
I mean,
That's a nat one.
nice.
He's so dementedly awkward and clearly perturbed that even Jaren cannot catch a vibe from Cyrus, as he calls himself.
Cyrus.
He stands up and lurches forward, still laughing to himself as he approaches the proper doors of Ravenloft. Do you follow?
I guess this is our
Yes.
welcoming party.
Some welcoming party. Cold is ugly.
And what
I
I'd
don't
like to
think he's seen
do,
himself in a mirror before.
I
Do you think he'd break Karnas? Break his own mirror?
Probably.
the primary way we're going to interact with Ravenloft this session will be for many backdrops. Obviously, you all know that Ravenloft is a dungeon. We're going to get to grid-style Ravenloft when it's proper to, just for ease of things, but I would be remiss as you step into the courtyard proper to not at least show you the first of 12 maps of Castle Ravenloft. And oh boy! It might be blurry, you might have to zoom out, it's going to be a lot of grids. But I do reward you all players for truly entering Castle Ravenloft as Curse of Strahd players over the last 2 years.
No, it's a small map. That's fine.
I'm so
This is-
small. I'm at 20%, and there's still more.
I dash.
I
Oh,
also
holy crap!
I dash
insane.
everywhere.
tell me, because Roll Train's been acting up, so me seeing things through like a player eye has been struggling. Is there anything that you see that you think you shouldn't? Numbers,
I
markings,
see-
writings.
No, I see a blank grid. Well, not blank,
Of a
but you know what I mean.
Gotcha.
Yeah, of a
just a
castle.
grid with a castle, nothing else.
Yeah.
Grid with a
Beautiful.
castle.
It's working. Well, like I said, that is the courtyard that Cyrus Bellevue leads you across. I wanted to just show you this and put it in your minds as the scope of the
Wow.
maps to come.
I
Small.
Good lord.
I don't like the implication. I'll be honest.
Yeah, you know.
Sounds like we're gonna have a lot of big battles, and I don't have.
There's like a lot of implications being thrown at us here, and I don't like any of them.
Well, we're going
Respectfully,
back to the peaceful visuals. There you go, everybody. All right.
This is triggering me right
Good
now.
lord.
Cyrus lurches forward, muttering and still laughing to himself. And the clouds threaten to break at any moment as the rumbling thunder increases. Again, if anyone has anything they want to do, say, comment on before I'm sure, just following this mongrel through the doors of Ravenloft. This is the time.
Does anyone else feel like we're just kind of being swept along with the current in our
The problem is, what else are we gonna do? Isn't that the whole reason we're here is to get in here? But like, we can't turn around.
I suppose.
I wouldn't stop you from turning around. You have full autonomy.
I'm not gonna
But-
fucking turn around. I am not a pussy.
Exactly.
Well, we came, guys. It's time to leave.
Yeah.
Is anyone else also mildly intrigued as to what he's gonna serve us for dinner?
I really wish you hadn't said it like that.
You
Like,
don't think he'll
now
like
that you
serve
do-
us like human meat, right? Jaren says with a slight, very, very subtle grin on his face.
The fact
Almost
that I
like it
don't-
was
Oh, no,
uncontrolled.
Don't say for human meat.
It was like it was
Oh no, it's
involuntary.
Irina.
Like it was involuntary. But he was in control of the rest of his mouth.
It gives me the heebie-jeebies, something terrible.
What are you talking about? I'm just asking if you think that's something he'd do.
Yeah, but normal people don't smile when you say that.
I'm not smiling.
Anyways.
Why would I smile at that?
Following the peculiar mongrel folk, you all step
Her
forward
eye twitches
and
and she's like,
forth
"Let go."
towards the great looming doorways of Castle Ravenloft. Its dark iron frames carved with twisting golden inlays against blackened wood that rise to well-carved sword-wielding angels atop its blackened doors. And as Cyrus approaches, by a will of their own, these great doors creak outwards. Warm light spilling forward, mingling and powering the dancing light of the stained glass above. And a crescendo of music washes over you all. Music that sounds something like this.
Boss music begins.
This intense these intense mournful chords of a sonorous organ bail simultaneously with the roaring crack of thunder and lightning that lances the dark clouds as the doors swing open, as the first splashes of rain begins to fall on your oh so nice outfits. And Cyrus gestures rapidly. Coming quick, jugglies!
What did you call us?
He
Juggling.
called us ugly.
Oh boy. My friends, welcome to Castle Ravenloft from DM to players. You are inside Castle Ravenloft.
Guys, we did it! We're here!
That's a lot of candles. No self-respecting place that has good vibes has this many candles.
Contrary.
The castle doors close behind you again, and the clouds begin to weep sheets of rain just as you step forward. In this vaulted entry foyer, 4 sets of stone eyes glare down at you from raised perches. 4 stone dragons unmoving, torchlight dancing reds and oranges across their motionless frames. And
Wait,
without
like
so much as
where?
a glance,
Where are they?
Where are they?
it's better seen if I show you the true map, which is not something I can show you right now for other reasons.
Okay.
So,
Understood.
in your mind's eye, as you step forward into this doors, you're in a smaller mudroom of a foyer. And in the raised ceiling of that foyer, there's this stone perch encircling it, this slight ridge. And there are 4 stone dragons glaring down at you all, immobile. And without so much as a glance at these immobile wyverns, Cyrus lurches forward to a second set of smaller doors that open without even a wave of his hand.
Those 4 dragons.
And the majestic chords of the organ grow louder with each opened entryway. And despite the growing warm light of the torchlit wall scone, the darkness within the castle hangs heavy, clinging to every corner of every ceiling and wall.
I bet you no one's even playing that organ.
He
I don't know
turns
what
to
be
you
more
all,
comforting.
still laughing to himself as he pushes these doors open, and he says, "Hey, why do cemeteries have gates?"
Jaren, that sounds like a you question.
Is this like a? Is this a joke? Is this a setup for a joke?
He
I don't
just stares
don't
at you
like
knowingly.
I
his
don't
mouth,
like-
open, just.
I don't like jokes.
Because everyone's dying to get in.
You seem very amused by our arrival.
That's
Don't get
disrespectful.
visitors much.
Well, it's more like they die and then they get in. It's not that they're dying to get in.
He just waves his hand at you. Try to.
Not a semanticsing the fucking specimen before us.
Nah. Nah, that creeps Ren out. Ugh.
Also, wait a minute.
Guys, think about it.
No, wait, hold on.
Wait.
So, Strahd controls the land, right? Like, he is Barovia and all that.
That's what everyone says.
So it started raining right as we were about to come in. Is that him telling us to hurry it up?
You want me to make you roll an insight? You know very well that the weather
All
is
the
under
rain.
his control.
So yes, I'm correct.
He just wants that ambiance.
That's crazy. Ever a flair for the dramatic. Jaren just
As
says,
you
kind of under his
exit,
breath.
The smaller foyer, these stone dragons glaring down at you now behind you. The true entry foyer has grand chandeliers hanging from even higher vaulted ceilings supported by dark marbled columns. And this hall is not without its own watchers of stone, just as the first entryway. The faces of 8 stone gargoyles squatting motionlessly as well on the rim of this great dome ceiling glare downwards at you as well. And above the gargoyles, masterful frescoes depicting great battles expand across the domed ceiling. Directly across from you, double doors of bronze stand closed. To your left, a wide red cloth laden staircase climbs upward into darkened floors. And to your right, a lit hallway to the south contains another set of bronze doors that you can see through the flickering shadows, and you can tell that the lamenting organ tones resonate from that direction. As the scene in the music of Ravenloft proper surrounds you, descending the ruby red staircase aside the foyer is another figure. Let me go ahead and move them to the foreground. Jack?
A male dusk elf with ebony skin, silken white hair, and a dark, intricately woven cloak slowly descends down the stairs. He wears dark plate armor, and it's very clear that there's a thin scar running directly across his forehead as he looks down at all of you. Welcome, privileged guests, to the domicile of your generous and benevolent host, Count von Zarevich, Lord of this land. He has generously prepared his home for your arrival, and he kind of looks at each of you one by one, a wisp of a sneer curling his lips. Your own preparations are suitable enough. I'm surprised. I held little hope that outsiders would be so attentive to the proper attire befitting Castle Ravenloft. And his eyes especially linger on Ren, Karnas, and the group's slut Salmon.
Bro hasn't even been with anybody. Like what?
You've tried.
Doesn't mean
And
he
he looks down to Cyrus and says, "Scurry along, Bellevue. Do
Yeah,
the preparations as we've discussed."
Just kind of groans and salivates to himself and just lurches forward, just telling himself another joke as he goes away. What's a vampire's favorite dog? A bloodhound.
That guy, specimen.
That was something. Anyways, you like my bow tie?
Question.
How am I?
Hold
Oh,
on.
someone is.
Tyler, your voice is Mr. Robotnik.
I'm not
How
even
am-
saying anything.
That was
Or it
Jack.
might be Jaren.
That was Jack.
Oh, it's Jack. Never mind. Even worse.
May I
Oh,
Hold on.
it's not better.
address?
Your voice is...
But we could hear Eric just fine in the background.
Yeah, of course, right?
Is this friends?
Is this
Yeah.
what?
Say it one more time, just to be sure.
Is this better?
Yes.
That's better.
Yes.
Go ahead, pal.
Wonderful. They look to all of you and say, "How may I address each of you over the course of your stay here?" Your names, if I was not speaking plainly
You
enough.
don't already know?
Why would I?
Huh,
Well,
well,
your boss knows. Thought maybe he'd at least tell you the names of the guests coming to your.
The balls that grow on the party, I guess. Now that they're in Castle Ring.
Yeah,
Here.
we're in here and we're still alive, so everyone else can go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
As long as I'm
fine,
breathing.
which makes it your problem. uh, my name's Ren, and I'll hold out my hand to shake. But if you need a
As
title, you can call me Knightsbane.
Oh,
as
Going to make up
titles.
superhero names.
Hmm?
This is an opportunity for you all to choose hero names.
True. And I would note
I already
that
had
as he
that name.
approaches, you can hear something that sounds like a chorus of whispers slowly getting louder. And Ren, as you were the first to kind of stick out your hand, which he does take the moment he is within a small space of you, the chorus of whispers crescendos, and you can just hear agonized screams. You can hear people begging for death and mercy. And you
Oh,
know,
lovely.
standing this close to him, that these are all of the people that this man has killed. You know that in this place where even death feels so impermanent, he gets to keep a piece of everyone who he kills. He gets to savor that last moment which lingers around him forever. And as you hear all of these screams, you know that he has probably lost count of the number he has slain as he shakes your hand.
Ugh. Ren. Ugh. uh,
Don't say that to him.
I'm not gonna. No. I shake his hand, but I'm gonna actually do my best to keep it steady. I think after everything that Ren just heard and
Roll me a
saw,
dex check.
and
Sleight of hand,
problem,
sleight of hand if you want.
no prob, no prob. What is that? Plus 10? Easy peasy.
Please. This is just don't roll a 1.
25.
I was about
Yeah,
to say, she's about to say fucking
No problem.
one.
your hand stays precisely steady, but you do
Good.
note that even you, the master of, well, sleight of hand, has to think to keep it steady.
And in doing that, I say, I've given you I've given you mine. Please give me yours.
I am Rahadin von
Mm.
Zarevik, Chamberlain of Castle Ravenloft and devotee of our Valley's master.
Hi, I'm Cardus. You can call me Cardus.
Jaren will step up to shake his hand as well, and be like, "Name's Jaren, Bell Shepherd. Nice to meet you. Thank you for the welcome into your home." But he's kind of like
I will
giving him
be-
he's kind of giving them his like the kind of stern eye. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I will guide you
Yes.
to your dinner. And he steps up to Carnus directly and says, "You, how
Hmm.
many have you slaughtered?"
People or creatures?
People.
One, two, three, four, five, six, seven,
He
eight.
starts. No, I imagine Carter starts counting like with his fingers, and it just goes on way too long.
He doesn't know what order they're in.
he just
Well,
keeps
he's
saying like
counting.
1, 2, 3 over and over again because that's how many fingers he has
Yeah.
I want to give the opportunity for a few things. Well, Karnas is counting and counting, and I think Rahadine's waiting. Clara and Salmon, you'd also have opportunities to introduce yourself. If you want to hand wave it to your names, you may, but I'm serious. You have opportunities to improv hero names, as he would quote address you by. Um, And I want to know what Jaren thinks as he gets within
Yeah, I was
earshot
just
of
about to
these
say, like,
thousands of screams.
how attentive to that noise am I?
It is impossible not to hear to anyone within about 5 feet or 10 feet, I think, of Rahadin.
I think Jaren would be like,
I love that.
completely interrupting the introductions. Jaren would be like, "You have a very interesting aura, sir.
Hmm?
What is it that I am hearing?"
What do you mean?
I think Jaren just tilts his head like a, "Don't play with me." You know what I mean?
Maybe he can't hear him.
You think that man can't hear that?
I think that that's in character. I think that Karnas and Jaren, both within earshot, clearly hearing them. Karnas unperturbed as he's still counting, and Jaren very perturbed while Karnas is still counting. Your commentary of what am I hearing and him clearly not knowing. I think you would stop your counting, Karnas, and be like, maybe he can't hear him.
Hmm?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Damn it!
I lost count. Fuck, I gotta restart.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
The whispers, the screams.
I do not know what you hallucinate, but I do not hear any.
See, I told you.
Interesting.
And then I'm gonna turn to him and be like, to be honest, I lost count.
Ah,
At least a couple hundred.
a good answer. You see, I understand now. We have a mighty warrior, a powerful warlock, a cleric, which is certainly an oddity. We have a Vistani, and he goes up to Salmon and says, and I expect a
Vistani?
concubine
Wait,
for
yeah,
our lord?
wait, what Vistani?
Oh, we'll back up. I like the concubine part. Nazrin's not here. It is
Yeah,
Ren
Oh,
Nazrin's
my
not
now.
apologies.
here.
I mixed up Ren and Nazrin.
Hmm.
Nah,
A half
Nazi's on.
elf.
Nazi's on
Like,
a cart.
Nazi's here? Where's Nazi?
A half elf swimming in the elvish side of her gene pool, as Shauna put
Yes.
session 2.
Well, slight
Oh.
pivot though, looks at Salmon and says, and I assume a concubine for our lord?
I think
Yeah.
this is one of the first times you ever hear Jared chuckle a little bit.
Looks to Karnas and says, very wise and polite of you to bring a gift.
Oh, sure, happy to help. Wait, what's the gift? Who's the gift?
Salmon
Salmon is
like
the gift.
pinches his eyes
Salmon
like,
is the gift.
Oh,
Oh.
shit. I didn't realize you were offering your loinage to your liege.
I wasn't.
I'm gonna go grab Karnas's arm and keep pulling him forward away from this conversation.
What do you mean? I was having a wonderful conversation with one of our hosts.
The only gift I have is my music.
Speaking
Your
of
music.
stuff.
A courtesan properly.
What
Exactly.
No shot, you just start playing music. You're the fucking guy at a party who whips out an acoustic guitar and no one wants to hear it.
Like, pulls it out of his asshole.
I said baby!
Where are you? I'm so sorry.
The handpan music started the moment I clicked to replay the organ music.
Uh.
I was like the moment. I just so I had to pause it swiftly, being like wrong file, like that I never. Jesus. Okay, continue with your condescension, Jack.
But at this point, I think Rahadin would slowly start to lead all of you kind of up the staircase as he's
Down
as
the southern hall.
Damn. Showed up, slut shamed, refused to elaborate, leaves.
Did you ask a question? If you did, I didn't hear it.
No. To you, like basically saying that you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. I kind of just said interesting and kind of squinted at you and let it go.
Yeah, that's what I didn't. Yeah, I mean, there you go.
Yeah.
Karnas is gonna ask him, he's like, so what does a chamberlain do?
Say, I tend to the castle itself as well as anything else that Strahd might need. As you can see, his vast estates require tending along with And you can see like a flicker of distaste on his face. All of the staff.
What's wrong with this staff?
Oh, you know how it is with servants.
No,
If you aren't
I
flogging them
don't.
properly.
Oh yeah, I
I
understand.
can't say I do know what it's like.
I totally get it. Some people
I wanted
just
it.
don't want to listen.
I wanted
I
a deception
swear.
check by Karnas.
And again, continuing to nod at Karnas. I swear, if you don't flog them bloody, they can't clean a room properly.
Right? Sometimes you just gotta get a little physical with them. Sometimes pain retains is my favorite slogan.
Pain retains. A slogan that you have not heard Karnas say, but
That's crazy.
I will backtrack for just another moment.
That's fucking
Tyler,
crazy.
did you want Clara and Salmon to introduce themselves as anything but Clara and Salmon? Do you want to improv hero names?
Clara would hit him with a lady loft.
Beautiful.
And Salmon at first was going to be joking, like a Duke von Cobblepitch, but then after the concubine comment, he is just going with Salmon.
Salmon, your common whore.
It's because you
Alright.
look so good.
As
Because
Don't
of the
take
chest
that
hair.
shit from any man.
It really drew him in.
Salmon bare chested, but spelled like the animal bear.
which chat am I looking at, Jack?
And chested as in like the board game chess.
We
Chested.
whispering sweet nothings into each other's ear. I want in.
Well, I thought that I just heard you, Jack, say that I needed to check a chat, but I missed it if that's the case. But if I'm wrong, I think as Rahadin spends time pretentiously condescending you all and clearly growing great interest in Karnas, would be, as he implied, guided along to your dinner. As he guides you down the southern rightmost hallway to those bronze doors wreathed in shadow, the sounds of this baleful organ growing louder with each cracking chord resonating in parallel with the cracks of lightning and thunder outside. The doors push themselves open, as all doors so far have, to reveal Ravenloft's dining hall.
Oh, sick.
Two enormous crystal chandeliers brilliantly illuminate this magnificent chamber. Pillars of black stone stand against ornate carved walls supporting the arched ceiling. In the center of the room, a long, heavy table sits barren, with plates of china and delicate silverware set clearly for each of you. And at the center of the far wall, between floor to ceiling windows, sits a majestic organ. Its pipes blare out a thunderous melody that speaks in its tones of greatness and despair. And seated at the organ facing away from you, a caped figure pounds the keys in raptured ecstasy, their long blonde hair swaying with their pound, and their voice echoes out in clear singing of Elvish for any that speak it.
Mm-hmm.
I think Jaren sees someone actually playing the organ and is like, huh, that would be surprised.
Calling me
For
surprises.
for any that speak Elvish, the lyrics speak of vast forests and the beauty of their changing between seasons. A second figure, surprisingly, is here, beyond just the surprise of a true musician at the organ, but a young woman twirls and dances around the organ, a black and purple dress and deep brown hair spinning about her so carelessly, and her wide doe eyes gleam above a bright red smile, and she is clearly just as enraptured and carefree as she dances through these halls of the dead. As her dancing continues, she notices the party and Rahadin, and you just hear her exclaim as she spins towards you all, "Oh, so pretty!" as she springs forward towards Ren and Clara's dresses and stops dancing to take a dress in each hand, just gazing at them. "Oh, beautiful colors! Ask her, look how pretty these are!" stopped slowly and properly and not suddenly, as a good musician does, as the familiar face of Asker turns to face you all, or familiar to some, at least, glides forward, bows to the party, and then secondarily bows deeper to Rahadin. Beautiful indeed. Forgive my intrusion, Rahadin. Our Lord so rarely calls for the organ's maintenance. Neither I nor Gertruda could resist its allure.
Hi, I'm Cardiff.
Oh my god. You guys know that name, right?
They
Hmm?
don't,
Yeah.
Shauna.
Ah!
I do.
No, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You guys actually, as I say, if any of you remember besides
All
our
of us
taker from session like
Mad
2, I'll be
Mary.
so shocked.
Why would I remember that? I wasn't a
You
part of
wouldn't-
it.
You don't know this.
Yeah.
But some
What?
of you, yeah. Go ahead.
Wait.
Sorry.
Wait, what?
Back
Her name
when
is
we were in
Gertruda.
Back when we were in Barovia Village at the very start of the campaign, we had talked about Mad Mary, the woman who was just sobbing days on. She
Hmm.
lost her daughter Gertruda, who like ran away or was taken, but like we never looked into it.
Yep,
That's her.
you abandoned
That's
that
her
side quest
daughter.
before it began.
That's
It was
crazy.
just 2 years ago.
Oh.
Man. Oh no.
Esker, in his bow to the party after addressing Rahadin, says to you all, including those of you who might have spoken with him before, I am Esker. Welcome to our Lord's illustrious halls. And as he's bowing low, he notices you, Salmon, also standing low. Oh,
Well, that's just because he's
Right.
short.
how charming your collection of instruments is, as he gazes upon the many strewn about you and the handpan floating beside you. Do you hold a preference for one of them?
Yes, my handpan.
Would you like to lose it?
How quaint and entertaining. I've yet to explore such an instrument. We must find time this evening to make sweet, sweet music.
Ugh, creepy. I think he's trying to fuck you.
Oh my.
Gertruda also kneels down to Salmon. Do you play the piano?
I can. I don't often. It's kind of hard to travel with, but
Do you think it's hard? Esker
oh
wants
no,
to teach me.
to travel to like move like I'm often on the road. Imagine pushing a piano around.
Right. Well, there's room for all of us to sit at this one, so maybe tonight Esker can teach all of us. Just make sure Esker sits on the right. He said only he can. Gertruda, do not overwhelm our guests.
No, it's fine.
I'll pass
sit on the
the
right side.
piano. Not my thing.
I'll go right in the middle, and you can go on the left. It's fine.
Gonna make a salmon sandwich.
A sandwich, if
He
you will.
addresses you all. I think Rahadin would be standing just coldly glaring at him, Jack, because, well, he knows he is not supposed to be in here playing the organ yet.
Yep. Though I think that anybody who is taking a deep look at Rahadin, you can take a look and realize if you were not present, this would be a big deal. But because you are the guests, he is not doing any of the things that he wants to do. You can see clenched fist, tight lip, very like, this is not proper, and things that are not proper should never happen.
Carnus
And-
is gonna turn to Jack scared to be like, Mr. Rahadin, I have a question for you. So I just recently came into
Oh, here we go.
ownership of a piece of property myself. It seems to have a bit of a monster problem. Do you think I should like kill them all, or do you think I should like tame them and like keep them as pets?
That depends how useful they're going to be. Not everything. And he kind of casts a slight glance towards the other two in the room and says, is worth keeping around, you know.
No, yes, I completely understand. Some things are they just take up space and don't offer a lot of value.
So, I think that you're probably better off slaughtering most of them, acquiring some hopefully useful servants and staff. And if there's a monster that you think is worth keeping, finding someone to tame and keep it for your uses, whatever they might be of benefit.
Would you happen to know somebody?
Nocturnus is making friends right now.
One of the scariest beings.
That's crazy. That's fucking
It's been 5
crazy.
minutes.
If he asked, do you happen to know someone? I mean, Jack, there is a character that comes to Rahadin's mind as far as someone who's adept at taming foul beasts. I mean, I'll just say it, and everyone can, separate knowledge. But it's Valenta, one of the brides of Strahd. Up to him if he shares, though.
I don't think that he would offer up Valenta as a service or recommendation, but what he would say, perhaps a conversation worth continuing if you end up in the favor of our generous lord. There might be more we can do for you on that front.
Awesome.
Tell me, how long have you been leading this small group?
Damn.
Well, we've been here. How long have we been here? Like 2.5
About
weeks?
two-
Something?
Just
That's
about
in
2.5
character.
weeks.
He turns to them all.
Yeah.
How long has it been?
Uh,
About 2.5
well,
weeks. There, bud.
we initially got here about 2.5 weeks ago. So, perhaps maybe 3 weeks? Maybe 3? I don't know.
It's been about a fortnight.
Interesting.
Oh, but a fortnight. But a
Fortnite.
fortnight.
Oh, amazing.
Though I don't know if I would necessarily classify myself as the leader.
Oh, he's humble.
Really? Well, you're going to need to cement yourself as the authority soon enough.
Oh,
I'm sure you'll come to learn that eventually.
What does that mean?
oh. Well, I'll keep that in mind. Thanks for the advice.
And Esker is smiling at this exchange, and I think smiling because he knows that he got away with playing the organ when he's not supposed to, because he knew guests were coming.
Fair.
And with that, Esker says, "The Count will arrive in time. Choose your seats, friends. Prepare your appetites," as he glances at Salmon.
Ugh.
Oh, what the heck, man?
I am getting so mad that he's looking at you like that.
Oh, for real.
And
like,
not
come
at
on, man.
random, he's all dressed up.
Yeah.
No, actually, more of like a men.
Hey. what-
Can't tell if he wants to fuck you or if he wants to eat you.
Hey,
Or
probably
both. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anybody who is, again, has been watching, Rahadin is well aware by now that he is looking all of you at, like, physically checking you out like your livestock.
Yes. I'm sure.
Just up and down, everything from curves to strength has been fully doing just brutal assessment. And as you are taking your seats, he will look to all of you, especially Carnes, and say, "I have much to attend to. I may yet see you later, but await the distinct honor of dinner with our Lord." And with that, he will exit.
And the doors close behind the departing attendees of Ravenloft. With the baleful tones of the organ now ended, the silence of the dining hall hangs heavy in the air like a guillotine held high. And minutes begin to pass. There are chairs available, all of which set with china and silverware. There are also two heads to this table, though the image does not depict
I
them.
was just about to ask.
That's crazy. Karnas is gonna go for the head.
Don't even. Oh my god.
There are two heads to the table, but truly, there is
Whatever you want, buddy.
yourselves alone in the dining hall of the closed off dining hall of Ravenloft. Music halt, silence hanging in the air, and once again, heroes, for the short time, the floor is yours to interact, discuss, or otherwise engage in whatever way you see fit.
I'm
He's
not gonna sit down. I'm just gonna like walk around and look at things because this is obviously something out of the norm for what Karnas has experienced in his life.
Mm-hmm. Are you looking for anything in particular?
No, I'm just looking at like the art and the organ and everything because it's just foreign as fuck to Karnas.
did
Uh,
did the rest of them leave?
yes, you are all alone in the dining hall for
No,
the time being.
Where did they all leave through like the same kind of they just kind of came back out like where we came in?
Yes. Yes, they
Interesting.
did.
Do I note?
Good job.
I guess never mind. That was already answered.
Okay.
I don't think Jaren sits yet either. I think
All right.
he's just kind of I don't know, he's kind of glancing around the room like, okay, exit strategy, what is it? You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know, Ren's gonna do similar. She's gonna take stock of like, okay, this many windows
Yeah.
through that door. So she's being very rogue of like, I need to see entries and exits.
I
If
think while she's looking for exits, Jaren's kind of looking for threats. You know what I mean?
I think, well, actually, I'll go down the line. Clara, Salmon, are they doing anything particular? It seems like you found your seats.
Yeah, Claire's gonna sit down. Salmon's going to go to Ren before sitting down and say, this might be the only chance we have alone in this place. If you catch my drift.
I am inclined to.
My
I
lantern's still
just know
going.
that he's on his way.
Mhm.
But
You
how
don't
about
have a
this?
lot of time.
I don't. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take a quick lap around the
Lap
dining
around.
hall. I'm gonna see windows, scaling. I want to look for like, I don't know, passageways. Like I'm gonna knock on the wood. Are there like ways out of here? Like, are there ways to not be seen to get out of here? You know,
Gotcha.
I
are there
think
ways up?
I think at one point Jaren is going to just kind of like pull up aside Ren while she's doing this and be like, "It's been surprisingly civil so far. Let's not sour the waters."
Ugh, I did say
He
I'd
can
play
see the look in your eyes and the twitch in your fingers as you go around this very expensive room of the Count.
Yes, things. Things.
Clara
But
is sitting
also ways in and
politely,
out.
respectfully, and maybe mildly terrifiedly. Karnas is scanning the room in intrigue, and I have a few notes for you, and Ren similarly. Jaren, as far as exits, the door, if you checked, is not locked, and some of these windows have sections in them, both high and low, despite some of them being clear stained glass that are immobile, but some of them have openings to them, or sections of them that can be pushed open.
Mhm.
Though there are no other passages you see in the room very strictly. And we'll do Ren actually first. Ren, there are fine goblets, silverwares, small lock boxes, ornate weaponry even in small glass cases. Specifically, there's a section that there's this beautifully, beautifully carved set of plate armor, almost ceremonial in its appearance than true battle. And Karnas, your eyes might rest on the beautifully carved +1 short sword that hangs at the side of this set of armor.
Mm, mm.
I
Don't
did also.
touch anything, Garnis.
I just want to try it. I just want to try it.
Do you take it
Maybe
out?
not.
No, 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 no.
Look, if
No.
you want, look, if this was gonna go south, we wouldn't be in a dining room. So just let's not fuck with anything. Yeah,
You think he'd let me?
Go sit down.
You think he'd let me try it out?
it's just a sword.
No, 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 no. It is not just a sword. It's a sword I don't have.
I'm sure there
Garnis,
are many like it.
I think if you ask to try it out, he might hit you with it to try it out on you.
That's fine. I can take it.
I'd also like to add, Carnish, that your eagle eyes as you scan the room and the organ, as you said specifically, I'd like you to roll perception at advantage as you scan over the organ.
Okie dokie. Advantage. Perception. 14.
There are markings along the ground, very subtle and hard to see amongst the intricate carvings of the floor itself, but clearly some scuff marks along the feet of this organ.
That's what I was looking
It
for.
moves. It moves.
Mm,
That's what I was looking for. Unless you don't share that it moved.
Be like, Ren, come here, come here.
I will do a little jaunt over.
Be like,
Keep my heels light off the ground so it's not
you're
as.
just gonna. Carnus is just gonna have his hands on his hips, looking down, be like, "What do you see?"
the
You see
ground?
I'm gonna take a little squat down and say, I see X around this organ. That's a good
Yeah,
job, bud.
you know what that means?
I think I've got a good idea.
Secret entrance.
Do you want to join the guild with me when we get out of here? Make a great rope.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Can I
Great.
just kill people though? I mean,
You're not
not kill
sneaking.
people.
You're not sneaking anywhere, Garnis.
Not right now.
What are you talking about? And then he just goes up to the wall and turns into stone camouflage.
Yeah, I can still see you. I know you're there.
No, you can't
All
see
right.
me.
All right.
I'm gonna say I think I found something that I was looking for. I was looking for anything that may and be secretive. So I'm gonna go take my seat because I
Is
do
Salmon
believe
at
he's
all
on his
interested
way.
in the organ, not only from a musical standpoint, but their clear interest in finding that they believe it moves?
Oh, absolutely.
Is this something he observes, or he just logs that interest?
Who are you talking to me
No, to
or
Salmon.
Salmon?
He might investigate it a little bit.
Hit
See
me
if
with an investigation check.
maybe some certain notes cause it to open.
Yeah, so normally when you depress the keys of an organ, a piano, a keyboard, there's the sides of the keys that you can only really see when you're pressing down on the keys next to it. And there's a few keys towards the right side of the organ that are a little depressed, like they're a little
Aw.
unlevel, and you can see tiny little runic markings on the three sides of the keys, E, A, and D.
Could I play the word dead?
Not right now, please, for the love of God.
I thought that was
Will
gonna be
you
so much harder for you to
will you
clock with
guys
Stevie.
will you guys stop touching things?
It's an organ. I'm a music man. I gotta play it. It's the way it is.
Do
Come
you
on.
play the organ?
Yeah, sure. I'll play the word dead.
E, E, A, and
Dude.
D rings out balefully through this dining hall. And
Oh
as it
no,
does, the
we're
whole
fucked.
organ starts to shift and swing to
Sam!
the side in a downward passage leading into just a few lowered stairs and a dark hall is before you.
Mm.
The
Carnus is gonna
organ
immediately just
settles
turn
as the
away.
echoing sound
What did I
the
tell
echoing
ya?
sound reverberates away.
Play it again. Close the door. He's on his way.
I'm just gonna be overzealously investigating this suit of armor, just like I
It's
didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything.
it
I'm
is
just
it's
here.
crazy that I'm the one telling you that you guys are being rude.
Oof. What's Clara's reaction as this organ swings open?
Maybe close it. Try.
Get out of here. Get
She's
out
gonna
of
stay seated and say
Stare at
that's
the
it. Yeah,
stare at the
put it back.
table.
Put it back.
This is
Well,
a really
it has
nice
it
little
has
floor.
swung open and a passage extends into darkness in front of you. What do you do?
Play it again.
All
Play it
right,
again. Play it
all
again.
right,
Close it.
Ren.
Close it. Close it. Close it. Close it.
After
This
you.
is something I want. And hold on. I know. Don't worry. I clocked it. I want to come back to this. Just I don't think this is the time to do that. I believe I don't think we're just gonna be here for dinner. So I don't want to start this off on the wrong foot, but we know
I'll
it's here.
play. I'll
And
play dead again. Does it close?
The organ does not close.
another ring.
Oh,
No.
great.
Oh,
Play it backwards.
Karnas, big guy, come give
Play
it
it
a shove.
backwards. Play it backwards. Play it backwards. DAED.
I'll try
Let's
that.
see if does Karnas try to shove it
Like the
first, or are we
Goonies.
doing the
No,
music
I'm
first?
gonna let him try a couple things first. I don't want to be over there when the guy walks in.
DAED also does not close it.
Fuck.
I'll just start
And-
playing like a regular tune, then
Is there an
nonchalantly.
Oh, he's gonna try to play it off like he just happened to like stumble
Yeah, it's
into
Play dead.
DEAD
You're like, hey, my guy, could you
in
close
the
this
middle
for
of a
me? I don't know.
song.
I just opened it.
God.
Oh my god, this is some
Uh,
Scooby Doo ass shit right
Karnas,
now.
can you push it closed? Like,
I mean, I could try. I don't want to damage it.
can you just shove
if
it? Like
you try, give me
Don't-
an athletics check.
You don't
Athletic
have to.
check. Oh.
Not us defacing Castle Ravenloft.
As soon as we get here.
Is
As
this
soon
a
as we're
normal
left
one?
alone.
I mean, what
Yeah,
else did we
athletics
expect?
normal.
Let's be real.
We're such toddlers.
Uh,
We literally can't be left alone.
27!
Ooh,
27!
Salmon as he just is like rapidly. Actually, give me a performance check, Salmon. But as he's rapidly just playing to try to play it off, and probably to see if by nothing but sheer luck he finds the closing phrase. Which he does not, even with a very good 20. Karnas just
Oh,
comes over
God.
while you're playing and just heaves it back into place, making a few new scuff marks on the floor. And you can kind of hear this very forced as the mechanism is kind of forced back into place very unsmoothly, and the organ is back in place.
I go back to admiring my suit
We
of
all
armor.
go sit down, hands crossed, no elbows on the table. Sit down, back straight.
Just staring straight ahead, no
Yeah.
words. A slight whistle in the air.
Yeah.
You guys better hope that
Uh,
didn't break it.
Not my
Oh
problem.
my.
Not
Where
my
do
problem.
Jaren and Karnas sit at this table? Do anyone take the head?
I sit at the next to the head.
Mm, wonderful.
I'm gonna sit
Karnas.
down at the opposite end, next to the head.
Oh, is the
Okay.
head behind the organ? Oh, I thought it was over here.
I don't know,
The
there's two.
picture only offers what I can, but yes, there would be two heads at this table. So Claire and Salmon are flanking one head of the table.
I
Karnas
love
and
how
Jaren
we're
down
just
the other end by the
splitting
organ.
up.
Right.
No. Well, actually,
I-
you know what? I'm just gonna sit in the very dead middle and be like, "Oh, this is nice."
Actually, you know what? I'll sit in the dead middle across from Cardis.
Wonderful.
I don't want
No
to be
one's
at the
touching
very
the head
end
to the
though.
table.
I'm
Then
gonna
come sit
sit
next
to the
to-
left of the. I didn't want to sit at the end. I'm gonna sit next to Jaren, but there's a seat open next to the head of the table, so there's some space there.
Wonderful.
Wait, I have a very important question.
Mm-hmm.
Are
Yes.
these chairs, in fact, large enough to seat my gigantic form?
They
They don't look very big.
You know,
There's
there,
one.
there is a single chair that has clearly been sourced to seat your form, Karnas.
All right, I'm gonna sit in that one, wherever that is.
Dead center on the other side, just like you wanted. Because you can
Oh,
also
fuck
move the
yeah.
chairs. But
I don't want to move
yes,
them. I'll
in
scuff
the
up the floor.
swift panic that overtook you all as you explored the dining hall of Castle Ravenloft, and then were able to right your wrongs, you all do sit.
Just keep turning
Up.
left.
You all do sit at the dining hall awaiting dinner, and the time passes more than you would think, considering that you were summoned here as night ekes on minute by minute. And the Barovian rainstorm rages on outside these stained glass windows just as well. Thunder roaring, lightning cracking,
So dramatic.
and with a crescendo of stormy wrath, the windows, or the sections of them that can, blow open.
Oh, great.
So dramatic.
Like I said, so
Wind
dramatic.
and rain
Let him go.
swirling in cold force through the dining hall, extinguishing all candlelight and plunging the room into normal darkness. And as swiftly as the storms begin to howl, swirl, pull at your cloaks, your dresses, loose cloth, just as swiftly with cracks of lightning, the windows slam themselves shut. And in the silence that follows, it is dotted by slow, thudding sounds of footfalls echo throughout the room, though the entryway remains closed and the floors empty. Then from above you all, you hear, "Good evening." His visage is unperturbed by gravity, his eyes like crimson spotlights boring downward as Strahd von Zarevic strides across the arch ceiling, his gaze unbreaking upon you all.
He's walking on the ceiling?
On the ceiling, guys.
That's crazy.
Oh.
As he passes each of the hung chandeliers, their lights sputter back to life as if given permission. Forgive my delay. Another guest required my attendance. And with that, a drop of blood drips from his fangs, splashed in
Oh.
the center of the table.
Oh, show of force.
I
Oh,
gotta
right
double
in
book
front of
this.
Yeah, not Strahd double booking us. That's crazy.
Yeah, right?
He glides down the far wall, and as his first steps touch the ground, the remaining wall handle night. And the chair at the head of the table pulls itself outward of its own will. And Strahd von Zarevic sits to dine with you all, guests of Castle Ravenloft.
Oh, pleasure to meet you again.
As he gazes out at you all, the pleasure is mine, Carnus. I do hope your transportation to Ravenloft was comfortable.
Yeah, surprisingly so. Thought it was gonna
Ren-
be a little cramped,
Very
though.
ahead.
Arnis showing no fear in the den of the as he engages in, I think, maybe excited conversation,
I'm just
riding
happy
from
to be
conversation
here.
with Ryan.
It's just
I'm
like
just happy to be here.
Curtis meets the devil and he's like, oh cool, let's hang out.
I know this guy.
Yeah.
Let's be friends.
He's trying to
Can we
sign
be
up.
friends now?
Curtis is trying to sign up, that's for sure.
Strahd's clawed finger starts to play with the ridges of the crystal glass sitting empty beside him, and eyes all of yours as well. My home has undergone great preparations for this. It has been an age since we have played host to so many. He double taps the table with his finger, and the doors open, and platters, silver and gold, swiftly waft their way in. For those of you trained in the arcane ways, you might recognize the unseen servant spell. And many small plates quickly fill this dining table. Marinated almond stuffed olives, goat cheese burrata, sweet tomato jam, brie and pear finger sandwiches, and
Didn't
fresh
realize,
baked loaves of sourdough bread.
realize
Of
he was
course.
Italian.
Many decanters of deep red wine and a handful of goblets of golden ale make themselves quickly available, and a smaller decanter that is placed just beside Strahd pours a dark red liquid into his gauntlet.
Ew.
Gee, I wonder what that could be. Why are you the one saying ew?
He's not very subtle about it, this guy. I'm saying you out of character.
Like you got little.
Jared is probably
stuck in
eyeing
the
it.
can.
All things considered, Jared is probably eyeballing it.
Why don't you ask him for some?
No.
Too long have the centuries been since this hall has served its purpose.
What's that?
Please. He does not answer. I know I am correct to assume that your meals as of late in my valley have been ill-suited to whatever tastes I might provide you this eve. Please, do not starve yourselves. Enjoy the decadencies that my home has to.
Carnus is gonna immediately find. Are there any large chunks of meat?
Not yet.
Oh,
This is hors d'oeuvres, clearly.
he's gonna pick up an entire loaf of bread.
I think Jared is just very,
Between two fingers.
very suspicious at, like, the hospitality.
Properly so. Carnus is digging in.
Yeah, do you have any oil?
I don't think Jared's eating anything right now.
No, I don't think so. Oil is prepared for you on the table as you call for it. Another unseen servant wafting in to provide some for you, Carnus.
Carnus is gonna look around like, what the fuck? Thank you? Random.
Clara, Ren, salmon, do you eat? This food is, to his word, decadent in appearance and much better than the chewy jerky or even some of the acceptable wolf steak served at the Blue Water Inn. It has been a fortnight since any of you had had proper meals, and even then, whatever proper meal you might have had left whatever tavern before entering Barovia, doubtful that it was anything comparable to even the hors d'oeuvres before you.
We just digging in out here, you know what I'm saying?
Ren would take a glass of wine and pick a couple of things off the table. Some of the
The
cheeses
wine
and crackers, something
delicious.
like. Oh, it didn't say a drink.
You said you said I'd take a glass of wine, so that's what. Oh, you didn't drink yet. I see. Well, it smells delicious.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Just fucking-
I'm going to. I'm gonna thank him, and then I will have a sip of the wine.
Clara, salmon, do you eat?
Uh,
I don't like how you keep asking.
Well, it's too late. You already started eating.
No, I know, but it's just I don't like why that he keeps asking.
Jaren
Just
isn't
one
eating
last
shit,
one.
you know?
I
wants to
did
He
know
doesn't
not
need
assume
to.
you would.
Yeah, he doesn't need
Though
to.
there is, if you still hold your fondness for it, Jaren, goblets of golden ale alongside the wine also being served.
I think that he's thinking about it, but he's so suspicious that, you know.
Oh.
Carnus
What?
is gonna be like, guys, he invited us here. There's no way he'd poison us.
Hey,
Do
you're right.
one-
There's
He
no
is
way. There's no way
poison
he would poison us. Why would he poison us?
I don't think he needs to do that.
Yeah.
Like,
he
it
could
would
probably
quite
kill us
beneath
right
him.
now.
I think it's rude of you to even suggest that. I'm just
Yeah.
not
I
hungry.
think as eyes dart and whispers are had between those of you trying to nibble, voraciously eating, or abstaining, Strahd speaks again. While you serve as guests in my home, my castle, Ravenloft, your needs for fear during this hour of dining are unnecessary. You are only
See, guys?
shortening yourselves.
See, I told you. Nice guy.
Well, I think at that, Jaren will drink a beer.
And it is a delicious beer.
Ren will have another sip of the wine and take some of. that she put on her.
Tyler?
She's definitely not ravenous, but she's definitely.
Salmon is not going to eat or drink anything.
That's crazy.
But Clara's going to ask, if you don't mind, I would like to just cast a little spell and do a little prayer before I start eating, if that's
Oh,
all
good
right
God.
with you, Strahd.
He raises his eyebrow. Do not recite such poorly veiled attempts at detections in my bag.
Oh,
No,
you
not
got
detection.
you got clocked. You got clocked.
You didn't even have to roll for
You
it.
are so fearful, then do not enjoy yourself. These are treats from outside the valley that I have heralded in the 5 days, specifically to entreat you all. If you would rather insult my hospitality so early into our evening, so be it.
We do appreciate your hospitality.
Thank you for
It's just
procuring as much as you could.
my own bodily proclivities are a bit different than my colleagues.
Oh God.
Too long have the centuries been since this hall has served its purpose. Since my organist sung out in its beautiful agony, and too long since worthy guests have borne the privilege of witnessing Ravenloft's magnificence. Tell me, friends, throughout the time you have spent parading my valley, pondered my castle's reaching spires, wondered how such a marvel came to be.
I assume it was built.
And it's a certainly good location.
Yeah, you got a nice view up here. Though the clouds and the darkness and kind of,
He closes his
So-
eyes and just deep breathes for a moment. Yes, the view, Carnus.
Mhm.
Yes, Shauna, you're about to say
He-
something.
I was gonna say, so was this castle after
Was this castle what, Shauna? You cut out.
built before or after you came to the valley? Is this yours, or is it
Oh,
already here?
The gods did not find me so fortunate as to stumble upon an already entirely erect castle upon this valley of savages. No. And he gazes around at the halls, a clear musing overtaking. He speaks on the topic. Castle Ravenloft was one of my final gifts to this valley after I had saved its people from their own savagery. A ever-seen reminder of safety and the order that my family brought its people here.
Oh, Jared's like, oh, in his head he's like, oh, I know these type of dudes.
So
So
can you just
great.
repeat that last part? I'm sorry.
An ever-seen reminder of the safety my family brought to its people.
Mm.
So great was the fealty and admirations of those that of it saved over so many master mages and architects from across the realms of hope, flocked to our newly appointed Barovia to begin my home's construction. Oh, and such a work of art, a sight of such beauty, power. He closes his eyes, could only be named after one equally so. My mother, Queen Ravenia. May her name be forever held skyward by Raven.
What
It's a
happened to her?
beautiful name.
He eyes you as you ask so calmly what happened to her.
Trying to see what
Guys,
makes
I'm
him tick.
pacing.
Trying to see what makes him tick. Oh, does Strahd have mommy
may s-
issues?
We may speak freely, or at least I shall, if in exchange I hope you all do as well.
I don't think that's a problem.
I've only ever wanted to talk since we've got here.
No, as the dark fates would have twisted it, as they too often do. My mother was unable to witness the greatness of the castle borne by her name. The lands between those we have conquered are far, and the journeys. She fell ill on the journey here.
Ill how?
So I am no healer. Ill. But honoring her name was the least I could do, or the name of my father, King Bear, already been granted to the valley in my conquest. But I forget myself, my guests. Many voices have sung Ravenloft's praises within these walls. Tell me, my decadencies, where do you hail from? Where is home? And with that, I would like each of you to make a charisma
Oh boy.
A charisma what?
Check,
save.
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 Charisma, save. And
Hold up.
22.
Oh,
14.
Clara got a natural 20 and Salmon got a 14.
All right. And Jaren 22 and 14 for your
Ren.
Ren. All right. Ren, Salmon, and Carnus as this question wafts over the group. You don't detect it, but there is a looseness, a calmness that overtakes you. A compulsion to speak freely with your dear friend, Strahd von Zarevic.
Oh,
I
was
was
that
already
I
planning
get
on it
advantage on
anyways.
those?
I was already planning on it, so.
And Clara, Jaren, you feel this effect wash over you and to resist. And
Wait.
Strahd's spotlight red eyes fall over you as he
Is he what? You cut out.
knows the same.
Oh, that we
Wait.
resisted.
Oh, yeah,
I didn't
sure.
mean
Go
to
ahead,
post it.
Shana.
I
Roll,
didn't mean
roll
to
an
post it.
advantage.
Really didn't mean
Go
to
ahead.
post it. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Still
Yeah. It was a 13.
Wonderful.
These dice are not doing well.
The question hangs in the air. Where is home? As he had regaled you for a moment with tales of his own.
What plane of existence do we hail from?
We're from
Erevath.
Erevath is the planet, Vale is the continent, and we're in like the village. So we can
Actually-
just say we're from Vale.
She need a second. It's
Yeah.
been a bit.
Alan.
It's been a bit. It's been a
Oh.
bit.
Are you familiar with the continent of Vale?
In the realm of Erevath, yes.
Yeah.
You are
The
not the
northern
first to hail
mountains.
from there.
What'd you
I
say?
heard from-
You are not the first to hail from that realm.
Oh, cool.
We're not.
Yeah.
In the northern mountains.
Yep.
Accustomed to the scaling peaks, then, I imagine.
You could say that.
I
It's
come.
quite fun up there. Lots of monsters.
And his eyes gazed
How-
over Ren and I think Clara, knowingly, as Erevath is brought up.
Mhm. Have you? How many before us have been from Erevath? Sorry, Vale. I always feel like Vale is too small compared to everywhere.
No, my
I'm surprised.
Vistani particularly favor that realm for their visitation or gathering stories.
I want to believe
How
that's
many I care not to count and do not know.
Do you
The
remember
mists
any of
allow
their
for the
names?
entries of many others.
Hmm.
No.
Ugh.
No, Strahd does not remember the names of any of the many
Mhm,
adventures
yeah,
who
like
have
what
ever
is?
mounted.
That's a bold
to-
question to ask him.
Hey, I know people in this realm. It's surprising to hear that such a place is favored. I'm curious. You know, it's home to me. It's not too glamorous, but what makes it so intriguing?
My Vistani devotees have their inclinations. Wine, music, revelry, all things sinful and debauchery, as is their right to have earned for their age-long service to myself and my family during our conquest. I imagine the continent simply serves those desires more readily. Most notably, if you are so curious as their inclinations, I'm aware that Ereva, Faerun, and Somnius are oft visited by my colorful servant.
Hmm. Take it as a compliment.
See,
We're favored.
Yeah, lucky you.
Yeah, right?
um,
Oh, this is so great.
Clara just picking at her food. Does she speak up as Eravap is brought up in conversation? Very readily, you might note, by Ren and Karnas, whose tongues seem to have loosened.
No. After the attempt to cast purify food and drink, she is gonna be a little bit quieter
Mm.
from
Getting her wrist slapped, yeah.
yeah.
One moment, guys.
I don't know what you mean by Carnus's tongue getting looser. He's always had a loose tongue.
well, now if
You're
you,
right.
yeah, I also think that Jared is not like, despite the fact that he doesn't feel compelled to speak, is not afraid to talk of his homeland. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
By all means.
I come from a town called Eden, the country of Requiem.
Unoft have I heard of that particular realm. Who rules it? What are their lordships, their preferences, their control?
It's not generally my concern, quite frankly. They're always squabbling.
Hmm.
Requiem and Polaris are always at each other's throats.
So particularly disorganized.
Could be.
Well, you just gave him all the information he needs to go conquer another fucking place.
Oh,
Not that he can leave, but
Don't let
Fascinating. There are so many disorganized locales that the Zarvik family rightfully assisted in our centuries of travels. Perhaps your home could have benefited.
well, I think you perhaps encounter more resistance than you'd expect.
All the more exciting. And I think it's seeing as we continue to discuss, and we will get to Salmon in a moment, that some characters are picking at their food, some ravenously eating. He's going to tap the table once more. And a new cast of platters float in, and this time alongside corporeal figures as well. While floating platters of smoked salmon bites and shallot sauce, eel stewed in nutmeg, onion, and garlic, Rockefeller oysters and
Garlic?
lobster bisque
That's crazy.
begin to adorn the empty spots at the table. Two more figures quickly start to clear the table as rapidly as possible. Cyrus, of course, hunched over and grabbing at what he can and pulling it away onto a cart, and then a woman in plain though clean clothes, well-kept hair, a appearance and countenance that is entirely unwavering as she avoids eye contact with any, and especially with Strahd as she rapidly attempts to clear the table. And Cyrus, as he's clearing the table by Salmon, leans in. Why'd the zombie eat the archer?
I don't know why.
For its bone and marrow.
Alright, that one wasn't that bad. That was. I'll
Just
give you
think
that
if you
one.
laugh, it'll go away.
But yes, the food, a new course is laid out before you, and the individuals as described do enter, and unless otherwise perturbed, will clear and depart.
You said there was a woman.
Mhm.
Royal, like she
As, mhm, as depicted in the image above, large token.
I see.
We don't know to like recognize her, correct?
No, this is someone you have
Okay.
not seen before.
All right. I don't know. We
As-
keep running into familiar faces and familiar names, so.
Does she? Do I note anything?
No, anything what, Shauna?
I said, do I notice anything?
I'm
What
so
specific?
sorry. Particularly specific about her? Nothing stands
anything?
out.
Okay.
You've not seen her before. She is clearly working swiftly and focused with avoiding any eye contact with anyone at the table, including.
Okay.
And I think with that they will shuffle out as you have before you the next. And you, Salmon, I believe. You and those you had initially entered the realm with hail from a different domicile.
Yes, we are from, or we were from Atlas, specifically the Isles of Guerrero, where I spent most of my time in Bard College.
A school for such things, how unique. The greater line of the Zerafics are each educated and musicianship from an early age. Are you
The
particularly
earlier you learn, the better.
Are you particularly skilled or mediocre?
I'd hope to.
Sam,
I'd
it takes
hope that
one
people would
d4
think
psychic damage from that question.
I'd say skilled, but to each their own.
Your instrument, the tonal percussions of a child, is that your only primary one?
It's my favorite one, but I can play more instruments than that.
Come, entertain us. And he gestures to the organ.
Oh boy!
Alright,
Oh
okay.
no!
Play
Just-
dead.
just-
Oh
Play
no!
No, but like do it like in the middle of a song, so it looks like you don't actually know it. So it's just like, what happened?
Yes.
Play dead.
Y'all get it now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yes.
lay down and act like I had a heart attack.
But if you agree, I would love your performance check.
Absolutely.
Please be good. Please be good.
That's pretty good.
This is an instrument that you are not accustomed to. However, the beautiful reality of keyboards and organs is the scales are laid out in a very chromatic way. So as long as you have good knowledge of notes and the progressions and scales, you should be able to at least find the right notes. The real skill deficit is going to be in the proper hand posturing along an organ or a keyboard or a piano. What does Salmon attempt to play as he sits down at the request of Count Zarovic?
Beethoven.
You ever see Pirates of the Caribbean 2?
No.
1738. I'm like, hey, what's up? Hello.
Dude. Play the song that Davy Jones is playing.
Fady Wop over here.
Baleful and mournful, that tune, and Strahd. His countenance does not change, but that may be a good thing. And Salmon hammers away at these keys for, well, Salmon, there was no time limit. I guess you'll have to tell me when you feel like you've entertained Strahd enough.
Well, I'll just keep going until someone says to stop.
Your home sound
Cardis is gonna-
entirely. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Cardis is gonna be like, he's gonna keep playing until you tell him to stop.
He regards you coldly and just sips from his goblet. Your
Fair
home
enough.
sound entirely quaint, or some of them even more ready to be received by a worthy hand.
Jared is just like smirking at that comment, I think, because he knows that like the entire. I mean, he lives a quiet life, but there's constant attempts at what Strahd seems to be getting at.
And they don't go so well?
Well, some successful, some some unsuccessful.
Alright.
And I think Jaren just finds it amusing that it's like, oh yes, another extraplanar being that wants to carve up the realm.
Your
I'm
discussion of your
surprised you haven't
homes.
been. Oh,
Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm no conqueror. But I'm
Oh.
surprised that your lust hasn't been sated having all of Barovia for so long yourself. Realm,
Whoa.
not just a kingdom. You want to keep conquering.
Ask a ruler what his favorite kingdom is, and do you know what he might answer? His next one.
Mm.
Those men who were destined for greatness, destined for conquest, as you call it, or for saving a people in need of true rule. There are so few of us, and those whose ambitions match their vigor are not only desired, but meant to continue into whatever fates chooses, fit or unfit, to halt them. Ambitions I would not expect of most guests, nor of you. But enough of our musings, faraway places and locales of comfort. Or at least enough of my own questions and musings. This evening will be long, guests, and I have much that I intend to discuss. Do not, I'm sure, be so provoked into thinking that it is nothing more than a dinner game. You're here for a reason.
I assumed as much.
Count Strahd von Zervik brought you into this valley. A topic we will touch on in great detail in the coming night, but as I said, it has been an age since we have hosted properly, and this is to be enjoyed. As I have so fortunately been able to ask such telling questions of all of you, I invite you. There is much of my home that I may be willing to share, with the understanding that as the evening draws further, there's much that I intend to ask as well.
Oh, so we can ask you questions too? Oh, this is great. I have so many.
As
Well.
try.
Please. And with that, he refills his glass that he had hungrily gulped with a thick, viscous red fluid. I await your proddings.
Oh boy, let me get my prep.
My first question is like, this might be a little, but like, why is there like never any like real sunlight here? Like, why is it always like cloudy and, you know, foggy? Is it like your thing? Like you like it that way? That which is fine. I'm curious because like I like a little vitamin D in my life, and I'm
This is
getting quite
crazy.
pale.
The vampire regards you.
The Strahd looks at you like, isn't that obvious?
Oh, Carnus, for all the great feats of monster slaying and human slaughter that you've attempted to regale my consort with,
Mean.
I am so curious that such a question might even be proposed, but as I promised, this land and its weather, its patterns, its appearance, strictly gifted to me, my control, my will.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Well, I
The
didn't know if it was like a personal choice. Did you just like it like that way, or it was like this way when you got it? You know?
Another deep sigh from Count von Zarovic as he entreats with the warrior Carnus.
I never said he was a smart guy.
I know, no, you are doing
I know what you
beautifully.
mean, Carnus. I understand your question.
Magic is not my realm of understanding, so he's curious.
The properly enticing twilight of my realm is entirely my own choice in doing.
Ooh.
It is best suited for the denizens I cared most about. Oh, knowledgeable monster slayer, Carnus.
That's cool. I just, I didn't know if you were one of those guys that can like walk around in the sunlight and whatnot, and it doesn't bother you, or
Mm-hmm.
you know what I'm saying? Just curious.
And now I have a question for you, Carnus.
Oh, of course. What?
Your garments are unique.
Which one specifically? The bow tie. You like it?
Your cloak and your bracers.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, where did such things come into your possession?
With a cloak, we met a friend, and he was lugging around a dead owlbear. And then, we had it made into these cloaks. Really nice, isn't it? I'm particularly a fan of the headpiece on the shoulder. Looks real cool. And
And
then
their
the
particular...
bracers.
He pauses you. Though their particular craftsmen, who might they be?
The name. What was his
Scran.
name?
Scran.
The general. It was a guy in the
Ren
town.
tries to whisper to you, Scran.
Scran.
Oh.
Scran.
Oh, Scran.
Yes.
A fellow by the name of Scran. It's an odd name.
Yes, the like in Valakai.
And you're just gonna see Carnus's eyes light up, like,
Ren's ears
know
also twitch. Just,
I knew he smelled oddly canine.
My head
Yes.
whips. You what? You what?
You guys didn't notice? I thought you all smelled it too.
Carnus, what are you talking about?
He smelled rather werewolf-like.
It is unique for them to have spent as long as they have amongst the civilized folk of that town. Traditionally, the Lycan reside amongst their own. But his craftsmanship speaks for itself. I will see to summoning him in his castle time.
Oh, it's really good. You want to try it on?
He does not answer that. And your bracers, also
Uh,
of unique quality.
I don't remember where I got these. I'll be honest with you.
You won them in a 1v1 against a ghost.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Michelangelo.
I fought this ghost somewhere, and a trade. Because technically I think it was no. It was really close, but he ended up besting me at the last moment. I think is what happened.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Mhm.
you
And
recall
then
correctly.
so we traded a item for an item, and he gave me
Hmm.
these. They're pretty cool. I like them.
Perhaps you would be entreated to another trade, Carnus.
He's gonna like pull his hands away. I like these though.
Leave the offer on the table then.
Oh, well,
I like them too.
I mean, what? And then you're gonna be like, he's gonna be like, immediately think, oh, maybe I'll get a weapon. So, he's like, what you have in mind though? Just curiosity's sake.
Let's see. Let me just pull it up. He, from his cloak, is a ornate belt with a pouch that he takes from it. And as he opens it and reaches his clawed fingers, pulls out an item that is much, much, much longer than this clear bag of holding. And I think there's actually a handout for this weapon, so I'll go the full yard here. One moment.
Oh fuck.
On. Yeah, there it is.
The bag of holding. Said.
Show to players. Show to everyone.
Oh,
Oh.
oh man.
This brutal, animalistic spear that he produces from this bag. This item belonged to a chieftain. One of the most irksome tribes that stood against my saving of this valley's people in my conquest century. This chieftain Kavan had a lust for, well, death and blood. And this spear was at one point wielded by him. It has a life-sustaining property to those who wield it.
Oh.
And Carnus, I think that your own lust blood might find it better suited in your hands, and those bracers you wear better suited in mine.
You drive a hard bargain. Let me give it some thought, if you don't mind.
I permit you the eve to think of it.
Okay, thank you.
I have a note of it, so don't worry. I will make sure that is circled back to for sure.
Out of character, like I definitely know he just wants it because they're radiant and he doesn't like
Oh,
that.
But he knows what you like. So
that he does.
He knows
Drives
what
a
you
hard
like.
bargain, but I really like these bracers too. They come in handy a lot.
consider it. But I think what I'm gonna do for the smoothness of people knowing who's up, and I think this will be unique, we're gonna do a pseudo initiative order for questioning Strahd, but we're gonna make it charisma based. So honestly, just roll me a charisma check, everybody, and that's the order that you're gonna go down. Have the opportunity to ask something of the Valley Master, Count Strahd von Zarevic.
Please, baby, don't feel me.
Well, I'm glad I went first.
I'm glad I
What did
went
you
first.
what did you ask him again?
Why the weather was the way it
why
is.
is it
Oh,
bad weather
right.
here?
Yeah, of course.
Oh my god.
And is he
Like,
is he asking us to ask him questions something specific?
No,
No,
just
he's
anything
just
you
giving
wanna
you the
ask.
opportunity to ask him questions about a home that he's clearly proud of. He's peacocking about
Okay.
his valley.
Okay,
And
he's talking about Barovia, not the castle. Could be
yes,
both.
I mean he
castle
was
too,
talking
I
about the
assume.
castle.
Hmm.
The questions are an open format because as he implied, he has much to ask you all as the evening goes on as well.
I got a 5, by the way. I got new dice. I switched out the d20 because it's getting bad.
It's getting bad. I'm sorry, Shauna.
I'm afraid.
All right.
I'm
So
And okay. This is a little bit above the table since all of this information has been pretty drawn out over months. We know that he's stuck here, correct?
Yes.
you know that he's stuck here.
Do we know why?
Prisoner of this valley.
Um, you do. You were implied by the undead scholar Otis Harrod that it is a curse laden by a dark power
Mm-hmm.
that has entrapped him in these mists,
But
in this dread plane, in this
we
this
don't
cycle.
know. We don't know who. We don't know which dark power, correct?
We do know
I
which dark power.
say Shauna took the notes, so she can probably share most excitedly.
The dark power vampire, or vampire, if it's actually, said
Yeah.
like that. Um, he made, he traveled to the Amber Temple to make a deal with these dark powers for
Strahd did.
ultimate power. Yes, for
Mhm.
ultimate power, this land and his love, and on his wedding day, on his brother's wedding day, Sergei and Tat, that was the day that deal was sealed, and he went back against her and slaughtered everybody. Um, and then he also died, and then
Mhm.
became this
So
monster.
so it's fair to know that it's fair to assume that he knows why he's trapped here too. Then.
I think it's a fair assumption,
Yeah.
but you obviously don't know for sure.
Yeah.
Well, we can clarify any notes or thoughts. Like you said, it's been a very long campaign with many reveals and
got
many gathered informations. So if you want to ask a question that you don't know, there's a basis for what's already known. We'll refer to the notes, my own knowledge, and the collective table to make sure that we're answering things with enough proper information behind it. And
I've
with
got
that,
the campaign notes document up, so I can
I
refer to
figured you do.
anything if you guys give me a few minutes if it's needed.
And with that, Jaren, the red spotlight of Strahd, his eyes gaze upon you. Tell me, Crypt Keeper, does my valley please you?
Valley itself. Can't say it's unpleasant. Certainly not pleasant, but it's not unpleasant. But there is a certain quirk that I imagine you yourself are quite not fond of.
His gaze is unbreaking as you speak, clearly awaiting you to continue this comment.
You are trapped here, same as us, correct? Charon's just throwing it all down on the table.
And what of it, Gravedigger? Clearly a level of restrained fury that he is keeping in control because he promised a civil conversation.
Give me like 30 seconds to kind of formulate how I want to.
Yeah, absolutely. And then in the meantime, Clara and Salmon are on deck. Salmon, you can pause your playing at your turn. You know, I
I-
think you
I
understand
think
that
he'll
this
stop
extends to him
playing
as well.
and sit back at the table when it gets to his turn to ask a question.
I think that Strahd's potential commentary and you stopping without him saying so is let go because he's all eyes on Jaren right now.
I think Jaren goes, forgive me, I mean no. I don't mean to insult. It's simply leading to, you understand why as well, correct?
Jaren, yes?
Yes.
That's your proper name, or do you prefer to be referred to as the Fell Shepherd?
Jaren is fine.
Forgive me for answering a question with a question, though I will answer yours. What do you know of the staff you wield?
Honestly, not enough, I'm afraid.
Do you have any inclination to its crafter?
I do not.
Regardless. The entrapment that you so freely speak of, which fortunately for you is a topic I seek to discuss. The dark power emanating from yourself and that catalyst is all but palpable. I know that you feel more than you let on, Gravekeeper. And I would be excited to inform you that the path you walk is all but sealed in your own death already. These powers do not make kings, Pale Shepherd. They make prisoners.
I have no illusions to be a king. I think we can cut the assumptions. My question for you is, what do they want with the Barovia?
What do the dark powers want with my Barovia? And he says this very freely.
Yes,
To
with
the note of all of you.
with
as the
your
call for
Barovia.
assumptions cut. The dark powers. The
Jared's
dark
really
power.
cut to the chase here.
Man, jeez.
Wants nothing to do with my valley, my land, or anything encroached within the mist other than itself.
You cut out, Eric. You're cutting out.
Okay, hold on. 1 second.
I think that's on your end, because I heard him fine.
He started sputtering at the very end for me.
Yeah.
No. Weird.
Can you hear me?
Strange.
Yes.
Okay. What the dark powers, or the dark power, wants, if such a word can be applied to such a force, with my Barovia has nothing to do with its lands, its valleys, its mountains, and even lesser with its people. These powers, Fell Shepherd, revel in imprisonment and accursed cycles. As I had said, any promise that you might glean from such a source of power, kingship, and control over such things is a willful walking into a cage and shackle.
I'm no fool. I simply wish to understand.
Then our paths may yet align. as he looks at all of you with that statement. In fact, I think our desires aligned greatly. I think that we all want the same thing. I think that it is in all of your best interests to aid me. But more on that as we continue with our lovely evening. And his gaze falls off of you, Jaren. I think there's a breath you didn't realize you were, because the
Yeah.
entire time he didn't stop staring at you, and he did not blink the entire time as well.
But
And
I
he
also
does
think there was a moment where it's like when you muster all your confidence up to like puff out your chest at somebody, and then the minute that moment is over, you're like, whoo, you know?
Mhm.
That was absolutely
And,
what that was.
See, I was gonna start really docile, but now I'm going all of my questions like, now what do I say?
I mean, I don't think Jaren was being aggressive in the way. Like, I know it might have like come across as me wording that, but I think in
Oh, no, not
actual
aggressive,
lore, no,
but
I'm
just-
I just want to clarify. I think he's just being like very straightforward and
Jaren's way of speaking,
right,
honestly. It's not
right.
unlike his particular flavor of charisma to just be
Yeah.
no frills.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to antagonize.
No. I think there's a level of pompous formality surrounding this event that Jaren is just like, yeah, cool, dinner. I'm not stupid. I know we're here to talk big things.
Yeah.
It's, even though everyone else knows that too, Jaren is the only one for his particular flavor of charisma, we'll call it.
Right.
Goes for it. And with that, speaking of charisma, Tyler, I think your characters both rolled 14s.
They did.
So you get to choose which one goes first. You can switch up the order, but it kind of works out because it basically is going to go Marty, Tyler, Shauna,
Okay.
Texas.
Clara will go first. And Sharon got a couple of questions, so I think she'll want to ask a few. The big one that's been on her mind for a while. What god do you worship, Strahd? Because everyone has to worship something.
Wait.
That's not entirely. Oh, I guess it is.
What god do I worship?
Oh my god.
Why would you ask that question to Strahd?
Oh,
That is a crazy thing to do.
Wait, this is hot now. Oh god.
Ah,
I think even Jared's like, yeesh.
Gwen is like
What
staring
god do you
hard into
worship?
her glass.
I worship Morden.
how surprising.
I straight up thought he was just
Women-
asking how.
Oh. Women of your appearance, of your culture, of your race. So often I find in the savagery saved in the past. Worship gods or minor deities of anger, repulsion, conquests, vile things that align with. And yet you worship a smith.
Oh, shots fired.
I do.
Damn, I kind of like Strahd. I'm not gonna lie.
Throwing on me.
Smiths are the
Uh-oh.
backbone of society. It is very important to have them.
Is he looking for an employee or?
Oh no, I'm just saying.
No, I'm talking about Strahd.
Yeah. And I know that was a bit personal, and not everybody has a god to worship, but maybe there is something you do worship.
I can think. I don't say that out loud.
I see.
I
I see
am
where
opening up my notes.
I
Actually.
see where she's going with this. Cook, Tyler.
Oh, I'm cooking. Hey.
Let
What?
Clara cook.
You've answered my question so fine. My prayerful worshippings have fallen in past centuries, as I have decreasingly seen that any entities are worthy of my celestial praise. However,
However,
There is a value in some things that even certain proper conquests cannot obtain without guidance, or at least in the past. Twilight shrouded my domain. There is a particular deity, a god of secrets. Knowledge is power, Lady Loft. And for all the gods and minors, deities of power that I could have sung praises and dedicated my battles, they would have paled into the one that deserved such attention, a god who could offer knowledge. Roll me a religion check, Tyler. Clara.
Ooh.
What you get?
A 13.
Yeah, 10's all I needed.
Whew.
A god of secrets is a title that is often given to a particular god that most persons who discuss it, even in academic purposes, avoid saying their name. The god of secrets, his proper name, at least across many realms, is Vecna.
Oh, really? That's this campaign?
Oh, it all goes full circle.
Are you kidding? Are you? Oh, I
Something
didn't
I
think
should
we were
be
gonna
aware
do
of?
that.
There's
No.
a guy, so there's a major villain in Dungeons & Dragons, Vecna, and there are a couple of items that you can get that replace your body parts, and he's all about like undeath and stuff.
Oh. But he's considered a not very nice one.
Vecna?
So he's very,
Yeah,
very
you know,
evil.
like
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
Vecna, not a nice guy. No.
the guy.
If there is
Oh
like
my
if there is
God.
like an arch villain of D&D, that is Vecna.
Oh my God, we're
No,
guys.
I would
Guys.
like to add, the god of secrets, the title, and the name Vecna that it conjures for you, Clara, and maybe even to any other. I would even say Jaren. Well, then again, you're from Al, own deity of gods. I think that the name Vecna in any realm that is aware that there are other realms is one that is leaked into the scholarly article many surrounding material planes just because of their significance. So even you have heard of Vecna, though he's not a god that holds any dominion in your realm.
Hmm.
But as gods in general are
My
discussed,
stomach just dropped so hard. We're so.
Clara, you have not been able to have any proper communication with your gods since you've been here. And maybe though that's not uncommon to low-level clerics, you have grown in power tremendously here, and still, other than the fact that you can still cast, there's been no connection. I would like to give you the DM insight to your character that even with the mention of the God of Secret, paramount in any conversation with such a being as Strahd, the connection of the gods in their typical way here is not something you have been able to sense or feel. And you're aware that there are dark powers at work, these greater, powerful unknowns than even some. So, yes, Vecna, god of secrets, very scary. Ooh, Strahd said it. But the gods are more traditionally removed, at least as far as you have seen. Anyway, that hangs in the air.
Well,
This-
it's good to know that you have someone, even if you haven't talked to them in a long time.
Yes. And now I ask of you again, Clara, and your god of smiths, unusual for your kind, despite your reverence for their functionality in a society. There are no normal circumstances to bring it to revere a god of creation, works destroy. Tell me about the path of your own life that led you to such a thing and a roller coaster.
Roll a what save? You
A
cut out a little
charisma
bit.
save.
A charisma. Oh boy. 21.
That familiar yearning, that tugging sensation get you to open up wafts over. Strahd glares at you knowingly. But the question remains. How did you come to worship Smiths, a god of creation, despite your normal culture being one that follows gods of destruction?
Well, that's the thing about me. My normal culture isn't normal to me. I wasn't raised by similar looking people. I was raised by dwarves.
His eyebrow raises, and he regards you, clearly beckoning you to go on.
For the first good chunk of my life, I won't say my age, of course.
Mm.
But in the last couple of years, I've waned from being with them, for they had hid the truth from me. Now, obviously, look at me, not dwarf. I get it.
Were you absent of mirrors in these underground halls?
Oh no, we had mirrors, and I understood that I wasn't necessarily one of them, but they hid from me a truth that I wish not to speak of, that caused me to want to leave and find myself. And in doing so, I found comfort in Moradin and the creations and that he's made and that he guides us to make.
A cold, fanged smile appears across his face, which is terribly provocative. And when you say, I wish not to speak of it, he just says, speak of it, and I need another charisma.
Ooh.
Oh boy. Oh, 10. There goes
Speak
the
of
big
it.
roll.
I'm forcing you to talk about your
No,
backstory,
yep.
Tyler.
The dwarven family that took me in literally took me after killing my true family. They found me as a baby and raised me as their own. And I find it hard to forgive them for taking me from my original home, even though they've given me a new one.
This is knowledge that I think no other character has heard yet about Claren's
Nope.
backstory.
Mm-mm.
We're learning things today. Yay.
Fascinating. In the murder of your true family, they still found a hint of what? Infantile mercy? How twisted. But your story is an enticing one. And his gaze shifts off of you. On to Salmon. I feel what Bard. Please enlighten us. What may I answer for you?
Now, you said earlier that our goals are similar. I believe that to be true. You and I both want to leave this place. What would you give us to cooperate with you in getting all of us out?
Ah, how shrewd of you. As we explore our own home, curiosity may have entreated you in my home. Your hatred is so blinding that you only want to know how to escape. What would I offer you all to work alongside me? Is your freedom not enough? is stepping beyond these mists to these homes you all speak so fondly of, or sweetly, not driving enough to be cooperative.
Well, considering we were free before, and it wasn't a choice.
Is that not what heroes do? Gallivanting, saving all those lost and in need, whether they be the lingering souls of the dead, tribesmen and women from great beasts, orphans from ravaged streets, or your friends that you had brought along the way with you, looking to you all knowingly. Are you not fortunate to have been brought here, to have the privilege to continue to save those who need saving? But, looking to Salmon again, what would I offer beyond your freedom? What do you want?
Damn, he
I
cooked you.
want vengeance on the man who took my friends from me.
He laughs very knowingly, Tyler. Yes. I was entirely surprised that you recognized the mutilated visages of former bandmates and corpses that were thrown against you. Though the abbot is quite skilled at crafting at my demand. I thought you might be enticed to see them burned. To have closure. Their spirits remained intact, something I not often commission. Was not able to speak with them, as your college has taught you.
I feel them guiding me here and there, but it's not enough.
No. To long for those deceased that you knew were rightfully yours. A sensation that will never be enough. I trust in time that your vengeance may be had, and he glances not just at Salmon but to Jaren. For I'm aware of so much of your desires.
Oh, he looks at me knowingly when he says that?
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Alright, he knows.
His spotlight gaze turns to Ren with the word desires.
And remember, you have to talk about the dead kid and bring it back, because technically that's your fault.
Don't worry.
Technically, that's your fault.
I hate you. Don't worry. I'll get to that. I've got a few. If you'll permit me. I want to know. We all know that this cycle has been going on for quite some time. There's a lot to the puzzle that's been missing, and I assume will remain until together.
Cutting out, Shauna.
But I'll put my mic right to my face. I know that some pieces of this puzzle are remaining empty until the longer we work together. But a piece that has been on my mind, and if it's not too bold, how did
Your
you...
companions have already crossed all lines of boldness.
Okay. Then
How
you know
did I
what?
what, thief?
How did you and your brother meet Tatiana all those years ago?
Oh, that is a dangerous question to ask.
It is a really
Holy, are you trying to die?
There's so many questions on my question list. But
Oh,
I don't know
good
which
God.
so I'm
The
just going.
hand that he had on both the table and then another on his gauntlet, his
Oh my god.
clawed hands just scratch forward into a half fist, raking across the dining room table, a sound that echoes at the name of Sergei. And there's a long, eternally drawn out moment of silence as he stares into you at such a question. You certainly have been quite all gathering in your knowledge of my home, haven't you, thief? Ren.
We've had so much time, little information. I'd be surprised if you thought we wouldn't try. With all due
Tatiana,
respect, it was in survival.
you wish to know about my betrothed-to-be. We may begin there. Only because you've already come to know so much and have done me the great service of keeping Tatiana safe and bringing her to every point of the tale that I wished you to bring her to. Tatiana's beauty was enrapturing. A woman of the valley, of what little pockets of civilization existed amongst the raging tribes that a woman whose hair burned like the fires of the sun, whose eyes shone with an calm intelligence like the ocean, and whose voice
Oh.
was more lulling than any sing-song tune of any lands acquired. And Sergei, as his hand clenches, saw fit to approach her, despite the knowings of his ruler, his brother's desires. And then it was too late. Tatiana had, she had thought, made her choice. Though she was not aware of all the choices that she had. Sorry, Sean, what was the second part of the question? As he muses on. And in fact, we'll put that in character, as he just is lost in the description not only of this that he loves or lusts, but in the clear surrounding moments to Sergei winning her instead of him. Remind me what direction you wished this tale to take, Ren.
I had wanted to know how you met her. This tale of ours that we're. I want to know how it all started. Respectfully. So far, to me, what I know that
Let's not hypothesize. We're gonna piss him off.
But if that's something, I should stay away. I can't.
We came to know Tatiana as a spoil of our conquest, a reward for our saving a victory that, by all destinies and fates, should have entwined her to me. And yet powers at work saw fit to sever those entanglements. For her gaze to fall upon my brother. For Sergei and her to be wed. And by all the power that I have gathered, that I have mustered, that I have earned, this was a fate that I could not allow to come to pass. Clearly, the greater destinies agree with my desires, or else the continued presentations of opportunity to reconcile what should have been made right 400 years ago would not themselves to me and to my Tatiana. Clearly referencing the cycle in such a way that he thinks his shot over and over. The only difference now being that Sergei is no longer a part of this divine equation. He waves his hand and looks away from you rapidly, as if kind of snapping himself out of a trance. He had started pacing as he talked about this story around the table, gliding by you all, and stopping at you to tell much of it before returning to his seat. And before he sits, Bard, the music you had played earlier was appropriate. I think it has been too long since proper tunes have graced these halls beyond that of Esker's tunes earlier. But fate would have many things be presented, and I, and he double taps the table, cannot deny the greater hosts of my home the right to entreat with guests that we so ill often have. And at that, the doors open once more. And 1, 2, 3, 4 figures come in. Moment.
No, it's all the wives, isn't it? We're
Oh
fucked. We're gonna get
no.
fucked.
No.
No, it is. It is. I know it.
No. Where is she? Which one is that her?
Yeah.
With the mask on? Is that her?
It's her, yes.
Keep her away from me.
Is who? Wait, is that her? Huh?
It's the one that
The one with
dragged me up the wall.
Oh, hell yeah.
Alright. With the
Oh,
word
this is
host,
fun.
the bronze doors open and 1, 2, 3, 4 figures glide through the entryway, each towards an open chair. Besides Jaren sits Valenta, adorned in a
Oh.
silken yellow dress and wearing what seems to be the bleached white skull of a tiefling, has a mask upon her face.
Lovely.
Oh,
Her fang
That's
smile
wild.
stretches wide across her ashen face, and her eyes gleam with excitement and hunger as she looks longingly at you, Fell Shepherd. I've missed you. We had so much fun playing in Valakai. She leans in. Do you want to play again?
Do not have time.
The correct
Games.
answer is always yes.
Besides Clara sits Ludmilla. A dress of verdant green hangs about her in perfect tonal harmony with her ebony skin, and she sits with clearly learned proper etiquette and table manner, though her eyes betray her as they dart between each party member with clear interest, and her eyes pause over Clara's holy symbol. She remains quiet. Besides Carnus sits Anastasia,
I knew it.
a black dress contrasting against her fiery hair, and she smiles at Carnus, batting her eyes, and almost unnoticeable, or unnoticeable to the party members, but not unnoticeable to you, places her hand lightly on your inner thigh.
Ooh. Ooh.
Harness is sought after in this world.
I'm gonna be real though. If she wants to bite my neck, it's probably gonna
Shut
taste.
the
It's
fuck
probably
up.
gonna taste like shit. You know.
Let's hope.
We all thought that he was going with she can, and not the.
Oh, I mean she also can, but.
No! She places her hand on your thigh and says, "You were playing hard to get in Valakai. Now I've got
Arnis
you."
is gonna turn to her and be like, "It's been a while, miss."
Oh no.
Finally, Esker, adorned in royal purple, retakes his seat at the organ, and the soaring chords of the organ encompass the hall once more. I'm going to take a quick break to go pee, and they get a
Mhm.
I
snack.
also have to be.
Great.
This is a good breaking moment. We've probably got, I think, roughly an hour of this left if everyone is cool with that.
No! No!
Roughly.
No!
Hope you're enjoying yourselves. I'll be right back.
Ugh.
No, no, I don't.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want my IMS to be whatever the fuck she said.
That's okay. It's not gonna happen.
No, I don't want it. You can't
Okay.
make me. I don't want it.
I've got so many questions for this man. I literally have a page and a half of. I'm not getting all of these.
I was like not
No,
as prepared
definitely
because I
not.
feel like Jaren wouldn't. He's just gonna go in asking the big questions and that's just it, you know?
I wanted to ask too, like where he came from, but I feel like we're gonna try and keep this going. Won't ramp up in my questions.
I don't see why there couldn't be a part 2 Electric Boogaloo.
I had a few like throwaway questions to try and make him feel better. Like, oh, what was your favorite, your biggest accomplishment in Barovia? Oh, makes you happy, like stuff like that. But
Conquering the
I've got a few
realm.
too.
what
Like
the
that.
castle? You like the castle?
I've got stuff
Nice
about
plan.
like the mage. I don't know. I've got a lot, but we're gonna be in this castle for more than one session, you know? So if something doesn't get asked today, RP your questions later, I guess. But I'm also gonna go to the bathroom.
I'm really curious as to what he wants us to do to help him.
Yeah.
Anybody up to switch sides and just work with the bad guys? We all get.
I mean, I feel like Jaren would consider it, honestly, if he hasn't been tasked to kill him. And fucking
mean-
Strahd knows. Strahd knows so hard that I've been tasked to kill him.
I mean, theoretically, for the original party, our quest is to just get the kids and take them home. So there's nothing saying we have to kill him.
Yeah, but I'm fairly certain to end the seal is to end him.
Hmm. And he don't want that.
Yeah.
True. But I thought he also had the ability to let people leave. So theoretically, we might not have to.
I'm back. I poured a glass of red wine.
Oh, we getting bougie with it.
I usually like to have a glass, or at least a small bit of red wine.
Actually, you know
Dinner with
what?
Strahd or Chris Strahd sessions.
Now
But,
I
you
will
know,
also
we
be
started
back.
Say we started in the morning, so
Yeah, it's at least the afternoon now.
It's beer 30 somewhere, motherfuckers. That's a
Hell
British
yeah.
mentality.
yeah.
As excuse me, token Jaren, I'm gonna have a beer.
I've got a Sun Cruiser currently.
Is that a beer? A seltzer?
So it's like a mixed drink in a can, I guess. It's an iced tea and vodka. This particular flavor,
Sounds good.
but it's like a
Cool.
vodka beverage that comes in like a variety of flavors. They're really light, and you can't taste the alcohol, which makes
Yeah.
it kind of dangerous. But
I like the taste of alcohol, but that's just me.
I forget what.
Oh, yo, Eric, I cooked up a really sick highball last night. I used bourbon and ginger ale, but I put bitters in it. It was so good.
Bourbon and ginger ale. What kind of bourbon?
Woodford Reserve.
Good choice. A classic. I'm learning so much across like trying bourbons, whiskeys, and scotches that some are better for mixing, some are better neat, some are better over ice. I've been really on a Scotch whiskey kick since New Zealand, especially because the last night we were there was the only night that we like really got to like sit down at like a restaurant, because everything else was just like pubs late at night after hikes, then bed because we're dead in a good way. But it was a whiskey bar. I got a flight of scotches, and they were just delicious. And there's one of them that was in that flight that I have been able to find here, Ardbeg 10. That's scent is just perfect. It smells like an ocean sea breeze, honestly. In addition to the normal smoky whiskey or Scotch whiskey flavors, I will say it doesn't. Its initial taste is good, and it fills the mouth gate. It's not as lingering as a flavor as I would like. You know, there's always the reality that any scotch or any like liquor that I'm buying, you know, if I spent $200 on something, it would probably be like, you know, nectar of the gods. But I'm also still limited to be like, $40 is a good range for a bottle of whiskey,
Mhm.
you know. So I like it because it does taste and smell great, and even some of the nuances that aren't perfect, I know like for my price range, I'm liking it.
Yeah.
Tex, have you opened that bottle of whiskey that I don't know what kind it is? I just remember that it has
The
like
Four Roses.
not that one. I think we got you that as a gift. I'm sure that's been opened. But there was another bottle you had that had like a bat as the cork stopper, like on top.
Oh, one sec. Let me be right back.
Because I feel like that's a whiskey that like, if your goal was to finish it over the course of a Curse of Strahd campaign during sessions, that would be so appropriate.
Mhm.
1 second. I'm just gonna answer something here.
I'm back.
Just texting something. Talking to Nick. He was trying to ask me like my thoughts and insights about on like drafting opinions of the set coming up on Sunday, and it's like, dog, I haven't looked at all at this. Like, I know
Oh,
there are
for real?
dragons, and
Yeah.
like I looked at some of the spoilers when it was
Big
coming
dragons
out,
go
but like
burr.
I really was thinking I was gonna like, oh, this is like a 6 set, and like it's gonna be such an awesome draft, and I'm gonna really like look into it. And it's like I have had like with Curse of Strahd and fucking house hunting, honestly.
Honestly, even then, I feel like this is gonna be the most shopping trip of a draft
No,
we've all ever had.
this
Like,
draft set is crazy. It's you draft 5 colors. That's what this draft set is.
yeah.
I did
Unironically.
I did a draft sim and I got a Crater Hoof Behemoth, and it doesn't matter what colors I'm actually rocking with. If I see a Crater Hoof, I'm taking it.
Yeah, that's
That's
fair.
fair. Yeah.
All right. I am ready to
Take the
begin,
lands.
but I think we're just waiting on text, which is okay. Hope everyone else is doing okay. I always appreciate the longevity. I think as I'm sure you guys kind of have got just because we play every like 3 to 5 weeks, not like every other even. Um, I usually kind of write the sessions in such a way to go into like that 4-ish hour range, um, so we can actually like make strides in progress, like session to session. And I'm just kind of hoping that you guys are always cool with that timeline, because it's once a month basically.
Yeah.
Um, that's all. So I just appreciate you guys hanging in there for the if we end it probably around like I think we're gonna here. That'll have been a nice like 4.5 hours.
Mhm.
I guess just if anyone ever feels like that is too long going forward, I can try to adjust, but
I think it's fine, right? Yeah, if we got like an hour left, yeah, that's fine.
okay. Because I know even good content can be much.
Yeah, I think just like the amount of mental effort I put into being in character or like thinking like Jaren is like it's exhausting.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I was thinking last night when we played Somnius for the first time in like a year for about 5 hours last night, and it's great. It's a lot.
I don't know, man.
And when I slept too, like there is like a level of like, okay, I can stop acting as Asheville.
Right.
It's a very different mindscape to be in,
Mhm.
and then to wake up and be like, okay, now tomorrow I get to be Strahd. Like I get to go to bed and keep acting.
Yeah. Yep.
Imagine it's similar to what your brother feels, Shauna, when he has like a nighttime show and then has like an
Yeah.
afternoon matinee in the morning. It's like, all right, keep performing.
Yep, keep acting. Be on all the time.
But yes, then it is. It's nice when there's a month in between usually, so like you get your breather. In a
Mhm.
perfect world, I'd rather like every other week for 3 hours at a time and not like once a month for 4 to 5 hours at a time. But
Right.
it is what it is. I'm surprised at the forward level of questioning you have all put forth to Strahd so far. Jaren definitely broke the door down.
Yeah, he's not
with it,
here
you
to
know?
fuck around. Like I mean, I'm just imagining what an antisocial person would be like in a dolled up like fucking procession of an evening where there's like an underlying threat the entire time. He's like, I don't want to fucking do formalities. You know what I mean? Let's talk about what the fuck you want to talk about. Let's get to the point so I can see if I'm
Yeah.
getting out of here or not. You know?
No, I know it's entirely how Jaren approaches most situations. So it's I'm just happy that you have chosen to do that. It's
Yeah.
I was ready to entice a lot of mild to moderate questions about the land and some of the side things you guys are doing, but jumping right into like the soup and being like, so the dark powers.
Hmm.
How do you
You
how
have
do you
no
feel about being a
idea.
prisoner?
This shit we all know is going on.
You have no idea how like proud I am to get a little bit of a rise out of Strahd.
Everyone's doing it in their own way.
Yeah.
Whether it
To
be
answer
for
sorry.
Yes, Deck. No, you're
No.
good. You were chasing down your whiskey, which I do want to hear about.
Yeah, I had opened it up, and it's Von Payne is the brand with the fucking it's a gargoyle, not a bat on top, which is also the what do you call the little top that you put on like bottles that allows you to pour?
I don't know the name of it.
Bartenders use it all the time, but like when they're pouring you drinks, they use you. Marty, what are they called? Is he not here?
I'm here. What's what called?
like
the
spigots
spout
that you put in a bottle.
on the top of a bottle. The
Pour.
They're just called pour spouts.
Oh, well, it's got the gargoyle's a pour spout. So.
Or the pour spout, the gargoyle. Yeah, I brought it up because I feel like in the same way that I try, if it's not too early in the day, I was saying in the same way that I try to like have a bit of red wine during Strahd sessions, it's not too early. I remembered that whiskey from your shelf, and I feel like of all the things, because I know you like to like sip them over a long time because you like the look of them on your shelf. Of all the things to have a little bit of every Strahd session.
Oh,
like,
fear not! I just got a glass of it.
Say, that's so highly appropriate.
So, the whiskey itself is like, it's fucking amazing actually, because it's been a hot minute since I had actually opened it last and poured a glass of it, so I couldn't actually tell you right off the rip.
You're gonna make me chug this glass of wine so I can pour myself some whiskey.
So like, I don't. You know how a lot of whiskeys have that like really alcoholic bite to them?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. This does not have that at all. It's like super smooth, super good. It's got like a little bit of black currant in it, if I remember correctly, and it's just like, this is actually like a fucking amazing drink.
I'd love to try some, whether it be in your company or just getting some myself. But summer's upon us, so I hope we do get to visit you. Honestly.
Yeah, Avi was planning on, assuming we ever have a weekend where it's not fucking raining.
Yeah, I know. Just tell me about it.
I was planning on having like a barbecue / fire night at the house this summer at some point, if not.
Oh, plus two. You're coming to Cardigan, right?
Yeah, I will be at.
Hell
Cardigan.
yeah.
Yeah. I can't wait. I haven't been in a few years. I can't wait.
It's been a minute.
But we're all here. I think Tyler, you've returned too.
Oh yeah, no, I've been here.
And all right, that's Marty, that's Tex, that's Shauna, and then Jack. If you're here and still enjoying your podcast,
Certainly am.
So, the brides and husband of Strahd enter the dining chamber, excitedly choosing seats that they are so fortunate that you all didn't sit right next to each other, so they could come up to their preferred heroes. And Esker begins that pounding, raptured ecstasy on the keys once more. And Strahd stands from his seat, and his eyes close. Again, breath that you take as the spotlight is extinguished momentarily. He is similarly enraptured by the music. Strange to see such a being be lulled by such a thing, but he is, and he speaks. Too long has it been since proper music has graced my home, and too long since we, his eyes open, have danced. He stands from his seat, and each bride smiling, ranging from minor Milla to hungrily ecstatic Valenta, rise from their seat as well, and they grasp the characters that they had sat behind. Valenta to Jaren, Anastasia to Karnas, Ludmilla to Clara, and Strahd looks to Salmon. Salmon, I bid you to join Esker one. Do not disappoint.
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna go ahead and roll performance at advantage, getting the help action from Esker. He's gonna go ahead and roll performance as well. At advantage, he also 2.
Are we getting a good one?
Oh, one of the worst performances of my time.
He got a 14, so he is sitting at a nice 29, and you're 17. You guys, I think that you were confident enough on your own, but now you have to actually fall in with someone who knows how to play, and you do. Though honestly, the fact that you got the opportunity to play a bit on your own earlier has set you up. You are clearly second fiddle, but Esker smiles warmly at you and scooches in next to you on the seat.
Oh
as
yeah, get it.
You both just lay into these keys, producing a haunting melody. And with that, as each bride grasps one of the characters, Ren, as you are
Oh my
without
God.
a partner, Strahd appears.
Oh my god.
In a dance.
Do
Oh,
it.
Pale hand
Do it.
outstretched from beneath his cloak.
Do it.
Would you join me, Ren, or would you deny me?
How could I decline my host? No.
And he has a
Eric.
fanged smile.
Oh my God.
Eric, I just want to say you're doing a really bad job of making us dislike him. I don't know. Like, I think we're ready to sign up. Like, we're joining the bad guys. I think is what's happening
Oh my
here.
God. My hands are so sweaty. I've left like a fog print on my wine glass.
All right, everybody.
Facing in my bedroom.
You all need, other than Salmon, who's already. I need performance checks from each of you dancers.
Oh boy.
Okay.
I'm
Can
gonna whisper to my partner in crime and be
Hey.
like, I apologize, dancing is not one of my strong suits.
I think Jaren
And I get a
actually.
14, that's
I think Jaren actually like. While
Oh,
while
amazing.
reluctant to join this vicious woman in this dance, he also knows that like, you know, he's not good to eat. So so
There's a
like
calmness that settles over him.
so he's like, yeah, he's like, actually, interesting silver linings here. You know, might as well just like get it over with, right? Okay,
Ren,
so performance.
putting in your fucking resume
Performance.
for the new
I
overlord.
get a
Hey,
+5
who's
to
an
performance.
athletic
Let's see.
bitch?
I got a 15.
Sweet.
calisthenics,
15,
she's a dancer.
14, 19, 22. You all dance well. Surprisingly, in the environment, in the potential fear, in the partners, it's almost as if the music itself in this particular hall, a room designed, as Strahd continues to imply, for these moments once upon a time, fills you in such ways.
I think
And as the
Jaren has also never danced before.
No, no, I don't
Neither
think
has
so.
Karnas. Neither has Karnas, my dude.
And as I said, there's almost a clear magic of this room that invigorates this unfound skill. And as you begin to step and twirl away from just your seated chairs, I think the thought might cross all your minds that despite there being floor room, there isn't terribly much of it, as this hall is mostly taken up by the ornaments and the table and the organ. And as you twirl lightly around in these motions, partially led by you and partially by these women who are very good at dancing, those light steps all of a sudden start to rise. And with each spin and a bit of a thrust from these women, you find yourself airborne.
Oh,
Oh, good.
I like that.
Whoa, this is a new one.
The twirling and the spinning continues. And at this point, though, there's clearly a magic alofting these women, the vampiresses, and Strahd with Ren. There's a level of
Get it, girl.
a level of attention you all now have to pay into holding on to your dance partners who are able to fly and you are not. And so though your movements are still well
Fucking-
enough, you find yourselves, for better, for
Fine.
worse, for hate or for liking, gripping these villains because you have to, or else you will fall many dozens of feet as you soar to the overarching sky.
That's okay, I can take it.
You can.
I can fall with grace.
Ren,
There's
yes,
a
I
loud thud.
have to spotlight you, Ren. You have to hold on to
Hate you.
Strahd.
You've done this just to me.
Give him a little smoochy.
No, don't worry. Fine. No,
All
I said I'd
right.
play nice.
Let's go down the line as you twirl into the air.
Wait,
So-
who's Clara with?
Claire is with Ludmilla.
And then who's? Oh, Salmon's. Oh, never mind. I'm good. We're good.
Salmon's with Esker. Yep.
My math was not mathing.
Starting with you, Tex Carnus. You're
Oh, fuck.
dancing. much better than even you, I think, were surprised to see in character as Karnas, and Anastasia smiling widely, her doe eyes looking up into your taller
Oh,
frame as
fuck.
her surprising strength keeps you hoisted above the ground, and her hands tracing daintily across your body, playing with your bow tie.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna be like, do you like my bow tie? I had it picked
of
up
all,
specifically for this.
of all the things that I could picture wrapped around your neck, it is quite amusing and entertaining and lovely to see.
You can try your hands too if you like.
Damn! Okay.
Holy moly.
She
Cook.
excitedly,
Cook.
she's keeping the momentum of the flight going while I think your body is keeping the twirls going, and she grips you as tightly as you have to grip her and does just linger a clawed hand up to your throat, just slightly pulling on the bow tie around your neck. I've had my eyes on you since Valakai,
I could
Boy.
tell.
but I think another man had eyes on you.
Hmm.
Though he did seem a bit too old for me. What was his name?
She's talking about the priest.
The- No, the other old man at the church. What was his name, Karnas? He had quite a way with his staff.
Oh, what's the vampire killer's name?
Rudolph Van Richten.
Oh.
Guys, that was on the list of things not to talk about.
And I needed to make a charisma save as she attempts to charm you. Karnas.
Huh. What's up?
Make me a charisma save as she attempts to charm you as she asks very specifically about Rudolph.
4.
She's got you wrapped around her finger.
That's par for the course. I'm not gonna lie.
As she says, what was his name? And her sing-song voice washes over you. And she can see the charm take its effect. There's a delight that shines across her face because you, Karnas, resisted her charm so well on zeros added to charisma saves during that fight in the church. Oh, I knew you were just playing hard to get.
Oh my.
No, I didn't say Rudolph. I just said Rudy because that's what I call him, and I don't know his full name.
Oh, okay. Rudy. Yes, I think I've heard him before. Well, I do hope he stays safe. Our valley can go on for evil. Frail.
You're starting to cut out, hun.
Yeah, I was about to say I didn't
Sorry.
hear a single word of that.
I do hope he stays safe, your dearest Rudy. A frail old man could hurt himself in so many ways.
Well, that's very true. That's very true.
Do you think he
know,
has a safe place to stay?
Honestly, I don't know. I would assume so, but I don't know. I've never been anywhere.
No. Nor that
No.
he might have spoken about residing.
No.
You go about your own doings.
No, no.
Arnis, you are charmed, and I'm gonna
No,
let
I know.
you
I
know as a
literally
player.
do not remember anything.
All right, Karnas. this is
You
gonna be fun.
would.
I'm gonna give Karnas the benefit that as a character he might not remember, but as a player, no, you were told as a player. So we're gonna roll for it. We're gonna dice tell a story.
I'm going to level with you. I don't remember 98% of the shit that we do because
You don't have to level. I get it.
It's so long between anything that like it's too much to remember. So like
you as a player, no, but it's okay. We can lean into the fact that Karnas might not have paid attention, and her charm might be unique. I want you to make me an intelligence check, DC 10,
Fuck!
to see if Karnas actually
Hey, the dice
remembers
tell the
where.
story. Could be miracle, pal.
Oh,
Believe in
fuck.
yourself.
It's not a save. It's an
Yo!
intelligence check. I hate it here. Karnas genuinely does not remember what Rudolph said, where he was going, and where he would like to rendezvous in the near future, should you survive your dinner with Strahd.
Good job, -1. Good job.
Oh my god. How disappointing. I thought you were a big, strong, as she traces your pecs, hero. The old man wandered off on his own and not even cared to know where he was going to stay.
No, I'm pretty sure you probably mentioned it. I just don't remember because.
He's just gonna admit that too.
Well, Carnus, if you were to take me somewhere safe, somewhere to keep me warm and away from bad things, where would you take me?
I did actually come into ownership of a tower recently.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Her eyes gleam as you speak of this. A tower of monsters.
Nope.
Where?
I think it's west. Southwest?
I don't actually know.
I haven't been there yet. It's quite a ways off the beaten trail, so we haven't had the chance to reach there yet.
Maybe you two can go on a date.
Well, would you like to come and help me fight a bunch of monsters? It'll be a great bonding moment.
I will adore it. Would you invite me inside your new home?
Of course, of course. I'm
I will
charmed.
remember the.
I can't say no.
Carnus, I am so flattered. I will remember the invitation.
Oh, great. Thank you.
I'm excited to see you there. West, you said. A tower. I think
believe
I
so.
may know the place.
If I remember correctly, it is west, yeah?
You do remember that correctly, yes. And
Okay,
she
good.
seems to know exactly where you're talking about.
Oh, cool. Oh,
She's
have you
going
been there
to-
before?
Not in some time, but
Oh, okay.
we'll see what you make of the place.
I'll spruce it up real nice for you, miss.
Mhm. And she
Furs
leans up
everywhere.
and she goes to kiss your neck, Carnus.
Oh, fuck me sideways.
Hell yeah.
No.
Hell yeah.
You can feel a light piercing sensation
Of
as a
course.
kiss turns to a nibble.
Yep, I figured that was coming.
And under your charmed effect, I'd like you to take 6 damage.
Oh
and take-
no!
And I'd like you to temporarily remember that you have less health as this vampire
mean?
seductor says. So when you get bit by a vampire, the
Mhm.
damage you take until you long rest is subtracted also from your total health.
Okay,
On a long rest it comes back, but your total health is 6 less right now.
that's fine.
As the vampire seductress's fanged kiss sinks in and drops of Carnus's blood leaks down his bare chest bow tie and splatters like rainfall on the floor
Oh, I'm
as you
bleeding.
crescendo around.
And be like, oh, I'm bleeding. Sorry about that. Sometimes that just happens.
I'll take care of it.
No, thank
And
you.
with that, we rotate the camera to Jaren and Valenta. Once again, commentary similar to Carnus's. You're dancing surprisingly good. Again, likely spurned by the magic of this room on its own.
Mhm.
And Valenta is thrilled to be as close to you as she is, Jaren, because unless you're trying to do so in a creative way, you really have to hold on to her. You're gonna fall.
Yep, he's holding on reluctantly.
You don't want to go running up walls anymore?
No, not particularly.
I mean,
Her-
at least this time there's no wall.
Her ravenous eyes have not broken eye contact as she gazes up into yours, whether you're trying to eye contact.
Hmm.
And her claws, sharper than the other brides, have been digging into whatever parts of your hands or arms she's holding on to dance. Painfully so. So cold now. And you were so warm at the church. Something happened.
Oh my god.
Bye.
What did
Shame,
you
shame. Know your
do?
name.
Yeah.
Oh, I'd say I could make you warmer, but I don't know if I'm the right girl for the job.
I don't think you could do that.
If
I
she
had so
cooks
much
me, she
fun.
could.
I hope you know it wasn't anything personal. I just get so excited.
Sure, of course.
And her gaze. Where is your staff right now, Jared?
I think it's like one of those things where, so she's like grabbing onto my arms and hands and everything. I think Jared has it like tucked under his like armpit, and he's like holding on for like dear life.
She gazes at the staff and she says, I have an idea. What do you like to do for fun? And I'll tell you what I like to do for fun.
Hi, what an impressive shaft you have.
Lol.
Fun? I don't.
Mhm.
It's not generally a motivator of mine, to be completely honest with you.
Fine. Well, you know what I like most for fun? All my pets. Big ones, small ones, furry one, claw, fangs ones. Pets with long, sharp fangs, as she looks at your staff,
Mhm.
and the fang adorned on top of.
Oh,
She
that's
whispers
right.
into your ear. I know what kind of pet that came from. To you.
I do.
Ludmilla told me about the big bad dragon that Master ripped apart. She says it was the only one in Barovia. But I don't think so.
You don't.
Oh, no. I think Master has too much fun with his own pets to have that be the only one. And then she looks at you and the staff and says, so what are you gonna do with it? And I'd like you to make a charisma saving throw.
So what are you gonna do with it? What are you gonna do with that
Oh my
staff? Oh my god. Show me what you're gonna do with that staff.
Where are you gonna
Alright,
put it?
charisma
Oh
save.
my god.
Charisma save, yes.
That's cocked. That's also cocked. Jesus Christ. Okay, that is a 23.
The ravenous flavor of charm that washes over you from Valenta is entirely because you've been repulsed since she sat next to you.
Yeah.
And you can answer the question in any way you want. What are you gonna do with it?
It's gonna help me, and I'm going to, use it to bolster my abilities.
There's a clear disappointment that she's trying to hide from the ravenous excitement that's been in her face through this skull mask, as she can see that it didn't work, and her eyes go from fixed upon the fang to fixed on your neck. How about we kiss and make up, Jaren?
I don't think you'll find me particularly to your taste.
Can I try?
Sure, why not?
I'd prefer you didn't. I'd prefer you didn't.
Only because you're Master's guests. Next time I'm not gonna ask.
Jared makes like one of those like, huh, faces at her, like,
Wonderful, and the camera spins and rotates away from that
Woo!
delightful dance.
Jaren,
I made it.
Are you sure you don't like a woman who knows what she wants?
I mean, look, Jaren might not. It's hard for me as myself to answer these questions and be the opposite of, myself, because myself
Is there a
would
gun to
be,
your head right now?
yeah, myself would be like, yeah, bite my neck, do it,
Kinky. Alright, the camera
We're
pans
learning
the
things.
third
Do it.
spinning couple, Ludmilla
God.
and Clara. Their dark-toned dresses of green and burnt orange and their dark-toned skin blending beautifully in the spiral above this hall. One moment while I fucking practice a Jamaican accent again. It's been a
Oh,
minute.
here we go,
Yeah,
here
so
we go.
What god do you worship? Oh, as I'm trying not to fall.
Lady Lord, I was told that you prefer to be called by our bride. What god do I worship? My worships are more leaning toward particular than a deity. But I noticed that charming
Ah, so Strahd. That makes sense.
talisman around your neck. What god do you worship, Lady Loft?
A Morden, it's pretty obvious, you know, Anvil. You know, you can tell I'm a bit razzled by the not being on the ground right now.
Ah, she leans in. God's light does not shine long in our home. But dark
I can
powers
certainly
persist.
shine some light for you if you want, but I don't think you'd like it.
No, you might be
It's really bright.
surprised.
Just cast fucking.
The you might be surprised is wild.
Even still, darker lights, darker powers do persist in our. Do you know of such powers?
Should I roll like a
Nope, there's
history
no
check?
save. Well, tell me, Tyler, as she asked if you know of such darker powers, what springs to mind as a character?
Jaren. Hey.
Jaren!
Sure, you can answer it from that perspective.
Oh my god, that's good. That got me.
Immediately just, yep.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized something. Does Jaren worship Vecna? Because that's the one
You
that,
don't-
because he
you don't-
actually seems like interaction happened
You don't
between
know.
your god and this
You
world,
don't know.
and
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Oh.
You have no clue. You don't know.
Despite being a cleric at his origin, Jaren has spoken little, if not at all,
well,
any
the
religious
only
inclination.
Yeah, literally,
the
Jaren has
only
never
jump-
spoken about his religious stuff at all.
the only reason I even think that the jump that I've made is other gods can't interact with this place. Strahd has Vecna, and Jaren's god kind of interacted with this place.
I wouldn't say that.
That's my only jump.
I wouldn't say
As
my
far as
I wouldn't
my
say my
cards
god
include-
interacted with that, but you don't know that.
Yeah.
In the airborne, fear-strewn situation that Clara finds herself in, at the commentary of darker powers, her mind jumps rapidly between Jaren and Strahd. And there's something to be said for that, but I think she might sense your hesitation. And Ludmilla will simply say, should our master ask of you, companions, I do hope you will remain for the evening. And then
Like a sleepover, stay in the night. I don't know about that.
she smiles. She leans in and whispers in your ear. There are several in Ravenloft tonight who you may know. Perhaps you will find them.
There's
High
more people. Oh.
and low. And then there's a voice inside your head.
Oh boy.
Tell your companion to keep his lantern lit.
Don't worry, I don't have to do that.
She's a traitor!
That's good.
That's
Right.
actually that's fire.
That's
for
great.
us.
That's actually
That's a
really
good
nice to
thing.
know.
That's so fire.
Man, I really wish I had that fucking talk with someone.
That's so fire.
All right. And then we pan the camera downward this time, back to Earth. Esker saying to Salmon as you pound the keys beside him, how beautifully unexpected to be able to perform with one another. I've come to know your companions, though not. Have they spoken of me?
Nope.
I don't even. Oh wait, we had that whole fucking dream with
Had a
him,
dream
didn't
with
we?
him.
Yeah.
You did.
Oh,
He
that's
told
my
us where
bad.
Irina was.
That's my bad.
Ah,
We made that kind of BS bargain.
there's a kind of a wince across his face. How painful to hear that I did not keep in their memory. Well, regardless, I do trust that they recall conversations I've been able to have with them.
I do now.
Salmon, I think you do well to mind some of the other. Valenta is eager for dinner to conclude, and for the night to begin.
Oh god. I don't like that.
She has so many pets she cares for. If you find her beasts or trails of them, know that she's not likely far behind. And if one of her beloved pets were to be harmed, she would certainly come to their aid swiftly. In fact, I think it was just recently that one of her favorite winged pets met an untimely demise atop the wall.
Oh, that's a real shame. Real
that's
shame.
her.
Oh, yeah.
Wait,
Maybe tell
We're,
her to
we're
not be so mean next
what
time.
are we? Wait, hold on. I'm missing the context of
You
what we're
weren't
talking
there
about.
for that.
Yeah, you're coming
Oh,
after. They defeated a, like, withered, tormented Pegasus. And Karnas talked to it, because that's what he does.
right.
And he made reference to a dark bride, a master.
Mm,
And they slayed this Pegasus.
gotcha.
And, well,
Okay.
I think some dots are connecting as you've now met Valenta and learned
Yep, yep, yep.
proclivities.
I am sorry, I had to pee. I did not catch any of that, but
That's okay.
It's information you already know.
I'm currently, I doubt it, but
Esker's eyes drift to certain keys to his right. I heard you, or at least I assume it must have been you.
Yeah. Yeah, though, yeah.
just yeah.
Yeah.
That's my
just
bad,
Yep.
dog.
No
Not
time to
even.
lose.
I did it on purpose. I didn't know what would happen, though. I figured what would happen, but I didn't. I don't know. I just wanted to see.
Curiosity killed the cat.
Yeah, I'm not a cat. Hey.
Yeah, I'm not a cat.
I'm actually a gnome, thanks.
Really, I couldn't tell, but
I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey.
Simon, I do hope that everything ends as my master. Strahd is a bleeding heart at his core.
Oh. Salmon will wink.
Esker might look a little confused.
Yeah.
Oh, am I not picking? Okay.
I think that everyone he desires to be part of his family should become such. They are privileged to be in his graces. But if things are taken too swiftly, too carelessly, properly, then he'll only run into pain. And I truly do not wish to see Strahd in pain. Speak with your friends about conversations I've been briefly. Find what I think you need to seek and take away from at one of the highest peaks. And with that, unless Salmon has any commentary, the camera will pan to the couple of the night.
I will just say thank you. And continue playing.
And as the baleful tones of the organ resonate fiercely, clearly being played louder and louder, mask the conversation at the seats being had by these two bards. In the center of the room, the collecting of bridal pairs and their hero orbiting around him, maybe unnoted to the heroes but purposeful, of course. Two, Ludmilla, Valenta, and Anastasia at the center of this performance is Strahd. And clasped in his arms, his dark red cloak billowing out around him and entangling just as majestically with the twirling dress of Ren are, well, Strahd and Ren. His eyes gazing down into yours, unbreaking. Such perfect timing for you to have regained your strength. Time enough to be one of such few to my home.
Don't forget to ask about the soul.
Yes.
Arnis says that as you guys like kind of spin by
Right,
each other.
is it? It's like the haunted mansion ghosts rolling around each other. Oh man. Yes, it was fortunate timing, I have to say, and thank you for your I was quite
Okay.
wary.
Get it, girl.
Watch her work,
Hey.
guys. She's a thief. She's been in shit like this before.
You play this
Ren
game
and Strahd floating in the
I-
air.
I would like
Dancing
to
around
shift
and
my weight on.
twiddling their hair.
AILLING.
Asking
would
if she
like-
can revive a kid.
Yeah. Two things. One.
Strahd says to you though, as you
Okay.
entreats him with these cordialities and these thanks. You play this game well.
I shift my weight on top of his toes because that's kind of the only thing I have at the moment. And
Was standing on his feet?
right? No,
That's
what else am I
rude.
gonna stand on?
I don't know. That's kind of rude to stand
I
on
don't
his
think it
feet like that.
I'm like tiny.
Oh, I'm
Mhm.
so
just a
tiny,
goal.
Strahd. Strahd, I'm
just
so
a
tiny.
goal.
Strahd,
Alright,
Strahd, look how much
alright,
bigger
alright.
your hands are.
Whatever.
My hands are
Shauna's
so
dancing-
small.
Shauna's
Let me
dancing
work.
with the
I got
villain.
things I wanna say,
Everybody
folks.
calm down.
I am playing
Let her
this
work.
game.
Give her a moment.
Alright. Yeah. I shift my weight. Fuck, what did he just say? See, now I forgot. Sorry.
He said,
The last thing he said.
so easy of you, or so lucky of you to have regained your
Yes.
strength in such opportune timing to join as one of our guests. And then when
Yes.
you greeted him with thanks and cordiality, you play this game well, Rogue. A sense of knowing clearly
yeah.
leaking through his words. He's not buying your, well, your pretend.
I know the position that I'm in. I don't even think I could hope or even begin to hope to best you in anything. There's no use trying to make you upset. And I
There's a,
apologize if I meant offense. I simply just wanted to know. I didn't. But
There's a shift to his posture as you stroke his ego, claiming that you could not best him in anything.
Is that what he calls it? His
so
ego?
why would I be anything but polite to try and understand more of our situation?
Rain it in text. Oh, our situation. Our situation reaches depths far further than you could perceive. Depths that we will explore together in very near time.
Oh man.
Getting hot in here, guys.
Your companions survived a measurable challenge to us to save you, Ren. Are you aware of the length of danger, the flirtations with death they entertained, the challenge against the former mistress of my swamp, Baba
They-
Lasaga?
They certainly have been trying to downplay actions. But if you know more of the extent, then I'd like to know exactly.
Like to know exactly what, Shauna?
They sacrificed.
Sacrifice.
Oh, you son of a bitch, Shauna. Oh,
I
wow.
might be missing a cue. What they sacrificed. Please be a little more above the table point. Because everyone caught something that I didn't.
She wants to know, like, what we gave up.
Yeah. I want to
the
know
swamp.
what they all lost.
Yeah.
Well, other than my fucking fingers.
I was saying you son of a bitch as in, like, a good thing. Like, that was so
Yeah.
clever. That was very clever
yes.
of her.
I want
The
to know what
games
they
that
lost and what that has now meant for our journey forward.
Yes, the
In
games
your
that
eyes.
I permit. The games that I permit the women of those boglins to play with the mice that wander into what they think is their territory. Amusing enough to them and useful enough to allow the continuance of. What do your friends lose? Well, not something I'd cared to ponder, but while we are playing this game together, his spotlight eyes shift across the dancing couples. Just as it has always, you feel the permission to breathe as he's staring at you as one by one he gazes at the spinning heroes in some knowing way. The gravedigger has lost his mind, or at least a part. How amusing. The path that he races down, he shall lose so much more than that. And the savage, gazing at Karnas, who's busy getting drank. As you can see him doing now, is eager to give up part. Though it takes no magic to thing. You can hear the clanging of his metal fingers on the table as he gluttonously consumes I lay out.
You're cutting out a little bit,
You
Eric.
are starting to cut out now.
You don't have to be so fucking
like the
mean
longer
You
about
guys,
it.
one
honestly,
talks
I
on
think
it.
you guys need to find a way to turn off noise suppression. I think that's what it is.
I can mute myself while he's talking.
It has nothing to do with that, and it's everything. It's like your mic is picking up like pops as like either peaking the mic or as background noise, and it's muting it.
I do have my music up pretty loud on my laptop, though I like can't.
You can turn it
really
off,
hear
Shoshana.
it.
I
You-
genuinely
I got it off.
don't. I genuinely don't think
No,
that
no,
has
no,
anything
Shauna.
to do with it.
It's a different thing. Shoshana, hit the
Okay.
home button on your Xbox controller.
Yep.
Go to like the Discord, like click on it so like you can see the drop down list of all of our figures files.
Yep.
Options.
Mhm.
See where noise suppression is clicked on.
Mhm.
Turn it off.
Just turn it off. Yeah,
Okay.
We'll see what
That's
happens.
it might help.
Okay.
As he gazes across to Karnas, what he's lost takes no magical sight to see his physicality. You can hear the clanging of his metal fingers on the table that ravenously digs at the delicacy I've provided.
Ravenous is a stretch, okay? I'm not a complete Neanderthal.
And then I think those are the only two that made deals in that first time, because it was Nazrin and Claire and Salmon didn't.
Wow, and
right?
you didn't even learn. You didn't even learn what I lost. He just was just vague about it. That's crazy.
There's some. Yeah.
She might be able to ask.
Yeah.
But I'm aware that the deal they made for you was far more enticing. And minor deal, minor.
Sorry, honey, you're
miracles.
cutting out again.
Yeah. If you turned off noise suppression, Eric, I think it actually made it worse.
All right, turning back on noise suppression.
Me too.
So
I don't know.
can you adjust your mic sensitivity?
Hold on. Maybe I'll do
Probably.
this.
I don't know how Discord
Okay.
on console works, but
Let's see.
I've readjusted the settings, but I haven't turned on. Pardon.
Not through this I can't, but when I deigned to arrive to the scene of the events that transpired in the depths of
the depths of the what?
This one.
the swamps.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna disconnect my mic and reconnect. Did that seem to help
Okay.
earlier?
We should definitely aim to do like an in-person one at some point.
Oh yeah,
I agree.
I agree.
I think that'd be fun.
Well, we've been invited to stay the night. Glad I brought my duffel bag with all my shit.
Karnas always has what he needs on him.
Yep.
Well, you know, if you wore
Nothing but.
Clara's dress that she made for you, there'd be pockets that you could put
there
stuff
would
in.
be pockets. I wouldn't have to
But, you
strap
know.
my knife to my thigh.
Well, we'll
No,
try
you
again
have to
here.
do that. That's
I've,
part of the.
disconnected
Alright.
and reconnected things.
You sound good now. Let's jump right back in.
I'm sure as soon as I say something in Strahd's voice, it might cut out again.
Where
Alright,
will we
go
be?
for it.
In the depths of the swamp, clearly to some of your party members at the time, or maybe temporary party members, your life was worth another life. A unique choice that I'd not expect heroes to make in their visitations to my land. And one that it seems so many others were dissatisfied with. Do you know what desire requested of you to write such an event? Did your companions tell you what I want?
I was told that I had to ask you her soul back, and I do humbly ask that it is returned to me safely, unsullied, so I can get it back to her. Please.
At this polite plead, the clasp of Strahd's cloak parts ever so slightly on its
Oh.
own, revealing
Oh. Oh my.
revealing a golden necklace hanging beneath his garment and a glass worked and spindly wrought container with a small glowing orange light within. It detaches itself and hangs itself around your neck, Ren. He leans in close. I'm a lord of my word, Ren. Do well to remember that in all that all that I say. And as his face is so close to the sides of you, I'd like you to roll a charisma saving throw.
Saving throw? I roll with
You can roll at advantage, yes.
with this one? Alright. You know what? I'm gonna use the other really expensive
Oh, he's
dice
trying
I
to
got.
charm ya.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so afraid.
Strahd trying to
Advantage.
pick
You
up
said
another
charisma
wife.
saving throw? Correct?
Yes.
Right. Ooh.
Fail.
That's a 13.
Fail.
Yep. 13's your highest of the two rolls.
Yeah. I got a 5 on the other one.
As his face and mouth are so close to the sides of your face and neck.
Fucking damn it! Ugh!
Get bit.
Ugh! I'm so fucking mad!
Get
What is
bit.
what is a small exchange between us? What will take from and with that, Strahd lightly sinks his fangs into your neck.
Yeah, it's not just me. Woo.
Ugh.
Yeah. Now you can be a vampire too.
Wanna be one.
2 damage as he lightly does so, and 2 off your total health.
Okay.
Oh, it's only 2. At least it's only 2.
Yeah. There's greater implications.
Yeah.
As Esker and Salmon reach the end of their crescendoing tune, the brides and Strahd begin to descend, just near enough to their seats. The wives step away and curtsy, and Strahd releases your hand gingerly, Ren. Your blood
I'm
still
gonna-
red on his fangs.
As eloquently as possible, bow to my partner. Cause charm.
I truly look forward to nothing less than to be inside your home, colonists.
Into what?
Be inside your
Be inside
his
your
home.
home.
Gonna be inside you?
His home.
Damn!
Oh, I'm getting it. Oh.
You're getting rizzed. Yeah, you're getting rizzed up, my friend.
Oh my lord.
Hey, you keep
Jin-
going with it, buddy. That's your choice.
Yeah.
I'm charmed
invitation.
right now. It's not my choice.
The invitation you have extended to me to enter your new property, I will not forget.
Well, I have to go actually visit it first.
And Ludmilla addresses Clara. Do well to heed what you do in our home. And Valenta to Jaren. I can't wait till we meet again. I'm not gonna ask.
He's just kind of looking at her.
What else can you do as you get sexually threatened by a
Yeah.
vampire?
Yeah, what am I supposed to do when I'm being accused or threatened with that?
Mm. As you all descend and the tunes halt, Sam, and you are bid to rejoin your seat by Esker, who gestures that you depart from his organ as he plays a much quieter, lighter tune until he is officially told to stop. The doors open once more, and another enters the chamber, an unexpected guest to those you've seen thus far, though have met already, as Rahadin re-enters the chamber. There's a knowing look on Strahd's face as he descends, as if some thought, some knowledge had crossed his mind very suddenly. And as Rahadin enters at the simultaneous coming of this thought, he says, "It has become swiftly aware to me that we have those marching against Arkan Fosthold.
We have what?
See, those marching against Arkan Fosthold. Aladdin,
How may I serve you in this matter, my lord?
it is imperative that those who proceed as they do understand the full folly of their attempted ways. Seek to educate them in any way you see fit.
As Strahd says, any way you see fit. There is a
Oh no.
you have not seen elation like this upon Rahadin's face. He says, "Of course, my lord, it shall be done swiftly." And there is a deep bow. Before I begin to swiftly engage with your request, is there anything else you require of me?
That sounds fun. Can I join?
Do not eliminate every last one of them. Their leader is to be left alive.
Fuck.
As always, your word shall become law of the land. I will return, noting only victory. And Rahadin will leave.
Y'all excited for the one shot?
Oh,
No,
great.
are you
Yo,
kidding?
sick invitation to the villain.
I want to go party. Let me go kill things.
Alright. Forgive my brief distraction. The matters of my valley remain mine to oversee. Times of entertainment. And if such matters must be introduced, then allow us to proceed past these entertainings and discuss the matters we had alluded to earlier. And what's more, let us properly feast. He waves a hand, and as the bronze doors open once more, platters are cleared and new ones are adorned, and at the comment of meat earlier, Carnus, racks of lamb medallions and mint jelly, massive roast boar with
Oh my
truffles,
God.
pheasant stuffed with chestnut, pancetta, and sage, and a medley of root vegetables decided all take up the entire space, immense quantities across the tables, and the wine is of course replaced with a new red.
I will be back in one moment. Give me 30 seconds.
Alright.
I gotta pee again, goddamn.
I'll pour a little sip of whiskey while we take a quick moment anyway. I
Alright.
hope you enjoyed your dances, everyone. I sure did.
I love that I'm being threatened with sexual assault by a crazy, hot monster tamer.
That was kind of cute.
I mean, she's a lunatic, but
Nah, but she's the one we
That's not
want to
Jared's
kill.
type.
So maybe you
but
getting
that makes it
close to
better.
her is an advantage that we can. I'm not saying go anywhere
I'm
far.
just saying this right
I'm
now.
saying use her interest. That's all, Jesse.
Right now, Shauna, I don't think Jaren has been close to a woman in his life. Like
Aw.
in a relationship way.
Really?
No.
Aw.
He didn't really know his mother.
I'm back.
Oh man.
What's going on?
Oh, she's got
Dinner
mommy
is
issues.
served.
Dinner
That's
served.
Real
No,
dinner
what-
is served.
OOC, what's the whole deal with Argynvost?
So Argynvost is the minor castle that was once lived in by the Order of the Silver Dragon and their Silver Dragon Argynvost, who was defeated by Strahd in his early conquest. The only formidable challenge presented, as told by Nazrin, companion. Nazrin, and a group of unknown heroes that she's rallied from the corners of Barovia, are currently on their way to Argyn, restore the skull of the dragon to its rightful place to try to, if the legends are true, rid the land of its eternal twilight and return sunlight to the valley.
Oh.
And it sounds like Strahd knows about this. And per your question earlier in the dinner, he does prefer the twilight. And so he sent someone to take care of it.
Oh, great.
Also, going off of the fact that Karnas heard his little fucking comment about Karnas being savage, he's not gonna fucking... He never digs in like a fucking savage. He just eats his fill. Alright?
Like a savage.
No.
He eats his fill like a savage.
Yeah, because he's got big hands, so like that's normal to him. It's not like he's just biting into the loaf all at once. He's got some class. Not a lot, but some.
The amount of insults that have been levied at you, and compliments, mind you, since you've been to Ravenloft, and Strahd thinks that you eat poorly, and you're just like, well, harumph.
That's fucked up. I don't fucking like it. I'm not a fucking degenerate. I have table manners. They're not great.
Strahd
but
could upset
better.
you in at least
He's a nice
one
guy.
way.
He'd be
Even if it's not any of the ways I thought he would upset you.
Yeah. Karnas is a nice guy. He just wants to kill things. That's all he wants, alright? He just wants to kill a hard
The
creatures.
brides who remain standing, Strahd looks to them all. You may begin the night as we discuss. Proceed lightly until dinner is concluded. We are all here to enjoy the entertainment. And there is a giddiness that overtakes Valenta, a smile across Anastrasia's calm collection that remains on Ludmilla as the doors open and Valenta transforms into a bat. Anastasia to mist that maintains the fiery appearance of her hair, and Ludmilla simply, with proper posture, walks out as the door closes behind them. Sorry, Asker also departs, bowing low to Salmon. I do hope we find time to make sweet music again.
Oh.
Don't say it like
Oh,
that.
yeah. God, I didn't realize the vampires are gonna be so flirtatious.
That's what vampires do.
not flirty.
I
They're
know,
all
but
hot.
like there was such a like dangerous aura going on with this. I wasn't expecting this, you know.
That's the fun bit of like why. That's like a
horny and
psychological
confused.
thing though. That,
Yeah.
Like, why something pleasurable and
It's
like
so
dangerous
hard for me as a
is in
player.
terrible setting of like why it makes it so unsettling.
This is so hard for me as a player because I just want to engage and Jaren doesn't.
She's like, I want to get my flirt on.
Yeah.
Well,
Ow.
as you all feast as much as you choose to or don't, Strahd speaks. My
Sure he
decadent mortals, as I shared earlier, I know you wish to. You know only I may put such a freedom. What's more, I, you, we yearn for the care of my dear Stati. She and I deserve the freedom kept from us. I know you have learned much of my home,
You've learned
No,
much
I
of my
think-
home. What? Cut out.
My home, myself and my bride-to-be, and now I have been permitted to learn much of yourself. You think yourselves powerful, capable of dispelling self-proclaimed evils, a folly notion that all carry who stray through my yet. You have begun to showcase survivability. Everybody still with me? Hope my
Yeah.
mic is okay.
Yeah,
Kinda.
so far it kinda.
Give me 1 second because I'm getting like a weird, like almost sped up voice from you.
Oh.
It's like
Sounds like
it
your
almost
internet
sounds
gamer.
like it's like yeah. So let me just disconnect real quick and reconnect. See
The
if that fixes it.
luxuries of being able to play D&D from a distance, and the pains of playing D&D from a distance.
Yeah, really.
Mm-hmm.
I will be right back. Give me 30 seconds.
Problem.
Everyone enjoying their dinner?
Mm.
All right, we're back.
There's still so
Strahd
much in there.
continues. If you continue to rage against me, you will only succeed in joining the pitiable procession of husks that parade to my home nightly. This and my
This and what?
Okay.
oh man, hold on.
Do we all just want to log out and log back in just
No,
to like
it's not gonna
reset
make a
everything?
difference. It's clearly on me. It's just so strange that like in an Xbox
It's like the
chat,
longer
mine
you
has-
talk, the more it'll
Yeah.
start to.
It's just such because like when I use my Xbox, which is what I use for parties, I will never have this issue. But if
I
use
can
an
hear
Xbox
it.
to
I can
record-
hear it staticky. Like it sounds like your connection.
Mhm.
There are 3 of us in this apartment.
Yeah.
I can take my mic
Looking
off.
at you, Jack.
Oh no, that wasn't a dig. I'm sorry.
Sorry, was I called out?
No, you're good.
No.
no. Shauna said there's 3 people on the Wi-Fi, and I said, "Yeah, looking at you, Jack."
Oh yeah, that is calling me out. Yep, that's fair.
You're
I
good.
didn't mean it. I'm sorry.
No. I meant it.
Can you guys hear me better? with my phone?
Huh?
Can you hear me better if I use my phone?
Yeah,
Oh,
actually.
yeah, it's
Way
like
better.
That's actually like so much better.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna start the monologue over.
No problem.
All right. My decadent morsels, as I shared earlier, I know you wish to leave my valley, and you know only I may permit such a freedom. What's more, we yearn for the care of my dearest Tatiana, and she and I deserve the freedom kept from us. I know you have learned much of my home, myself, and my bride-to-be, and now I have been permitted to learn much of yourselves. You think yourselves powerful, capable of dispelling self-proclaimed evils, a follied notion that all carry who stray through my mist. Yet you have begun to showcase survivability. Nevertheless, if you continue to rage against me, you will only succeed in joining the pitiful procession of husks that parade to my home nightly to fling themselves into my abyss.
Can Karnas put his hand up to ask a question because he knows now what not to do.
He glares at you menacingly as he begins to continue to speak.
Well, at least I didn't interrupt him this time.
My morsels, with each passing moment you hasten forward to your deaths, it is inevitable in my Barovia. But you are not the only doomed travelers, the only ones whose destinies are bound in blood. My dearest Tatiana, as you have clearly come to learn, is doomed and cursed to die without end. Though I have toiled to preserve her with each century, her fate is sealed by a despicable dark magic. A deceitful power that feigns to carve kings from men and in the same motion bind them in chains. And so, my morsels, I will grant you the freedom from my realm, if you would simply aid me in granting Tatiana hers. Deep beyond the southern mountain passageways, shrouded by unending blizzards amidst jagged peaks, lies a monument to the sins of this valley. Perhaps you know of it. He stares at Jaren. The Amber Temple.
Jaren stares back knowingly.
As I'd said earlier, the decay that wafts from your soul, fellow shepherd, is indistinguishable from the powers within the Amber. Vestiges that must be broken. Vestiges that must be untethered.
For as long as they remain, Tatiana will die without end. And each of you will be nothing more than another dissonant soul in the procession of the damned. So my offer, heroes, is simple. If you wish to see Tatiana live a life, and wish to leave Barovia yourselves, then you will follow my instruction to journey to the Ember Temple. You will find the vestige of the accursed deceiver vampire. Sever his coil from this plane, and end this cycled curse. The mists shall lift, and for each of you that survive, you may live. And with that final offer, he pauses and regards you all silently, waiting for a response.
How do you know for a fact that that's the way to get rid of this curse?
Were you about to say something as well, Marty?
No, I think Sharon's just kind of squinting at him suspiciously.
This is my valley. I am the land. The temple is where I had journeyed an age ago to begin what became as it was, as it is. Your distrust in my knowledge of such things is insulting and yet understanding given the naivety that you have found yourself in. As I said, you think yourselves powerful.
I don't
At best, you
distrust
are
it. I do not distrust
survivable.
your knowledge. But I do believe that there is a world where you are being deceived.
And the source of that deception lays in the Ember Temple if it does exist. A source that must be snuffed out.
I apologize. I had to talk to my younger brother for a moment. Did I miss anything of importance?
Yes.
Yeah.
Could we
What
do
did you
a
last
little
hear?
recap?
What did you last hear?
I last heard where he was talking about going south.
To the Ember Temple.
Yep.
To enter in and destroy and untether the vestige of the Dark Power Vampire. To break the cycle that is trapping Tatiana in unending death and allow yourselves to leave.
Oh, so that.
But I told his. I'm sorry, I'm thinking out loud, and I should mute myself if I do that.
No,
You
I
can think
have
aloud.
the same thought that you have.
Please.
Yeah.
But that's
He looks
okay
at you
because
knowingly.
he doesn't need.
Strahd
He
is
doesn't. We don't need to
pausing.
worry about that.
Strahd is pausing his speech. He has made his offer, laid out the concept of this plan, the reason he has invited you to dine with dinner with him.
Would Tatiana be joining us on our trip? Go do this for you.
Bold.
It would help.
Oh, good, good, good.
That
It would
is
help,
that is
and
bold.
We even
she'd
have
probably
a weapon
enjoy it.
for her. Powerful.
You would ask of me to allow my betrothed to have worked so hard to bring into my proper grasp, my proper care. He corrects himself. To depart.
Carnus is going to be like, she may be the key to breaking this curse regardless.
Oh, Cook.
And after all, we were put in your entrusted service to protect her. Have we not proven ourselves to do that already? Plus, you know
Your
Irina,
entrusted
she's a fiery
service.
bitch.
Do not
Take it
mistake
wrong.
yourselves. Do not mistake yourself, heroes. Not a moment, not an encounter, not an enemy, or notions of good or evil that passed while Irina, as you call her, was in your care. Was it not orchestrated by my doing? At any moment, my generosity might have been snuffed, and I might have simply ended your adventure. But you ask for Tatiana. Does this mean you accept my offer?
If she is able to have a hand in her fate in this
And as long as I get to fight
fully
powerful
her own
enemies,
fate, and I say that with a knowing point of like, don't use any fucking magic on. If she's able to fully have a hand in our next steps, I want to keep her safe too.
Karnas will also add, I will lay down my life to save her if necessary. Because it doesn't matter anymore anyways.
This deep desire you all profess for my love is decadent.
Friend.
He loves that word.
I like that word.
It's a fucking amazing word.
It fits him.
It does.
As I had said, you might understand that with minimal musings, discussion, or further proddings, as I was entirely prepared to discuss with you all, heroes. Do you accept such an offer? To make such a journey, to destroy such a great evil as you seem to revel in doing, so
No.
that everyone may truly be saved?
I've got an important question.
How unsurprising.
Knowing that, as we've all just claimed, we do anything for our friend. You want to save Tatiana. In this part of our story, we'd be willing to sacrifice anything. What would you personally be willing to sacrifice that we all succeed?
Oh, we're all gonna die now.
That's crazy.
We're gonna die now.
What a
If
crazy.
you want this truly to end,
You speak to
then
me of
maybe we're...
sacrifice.
Oh.
You speak to me of loss, thief.
Woo! Oh, you
No.
poked the bear now.
I have spent my entire natural lifespan in 4 gifted lifespans with nothing but sacrifice. I have spent a powerful age pursuing nothing but the safety of a woman that is mine, righting the wrongs of family that had never meant to interfere. And you speak to me of what I would give up, what I would give unto you.
Not to
I
us.
have given you
I
the
meant for the
greatest
cause.
gift.
Okay.
I have given you the greatest gift that you could ever ask for since the moment you stepped through my mist. There's nothing more but mice in my game. The ability to breathe every moment that you do. The ability to awake every time you sleep. The ability to survive every evil that you think yourself so powerful to survive for all else that you haven't faced yet in my valley. Do not mistake yourselves. Every moment that you exist in this valley is a moment that I give to you.
And yet you need us.
Massive
Karnas
fist
is just
clenched
gonna be
on the
like,
table.
Mine chop. Break spine, kinda.
Karnas is just like, are you guys like fucking serious right now?
Let this entertain the thought that you refuse me. That you do not aid freeing and protecting Tatiana, Irina, as you clearly have done. If the homes that you have told me about are truly not as important and caring to you as you would have made them seem in our discussions. And he looks to you all one by one. Cleric, Clara, Lady Loft. I know, like all clerics who have come here, that not once have you felt the true voice, warmth, or presence of your god, your smith. Casting your moderate spells is the best you can do to keep that connection. Do you know what happens to each cleric who has spent a truly long time in my valley? What happens to their connection to their god?
Well, so far it seems like they've all died.
Death is not the first evil that you would face. The light of your god, your smith, as warm as you may think it is, as caring for you as you might think they are. Inevitably, as all clerics do, and he gazes at Jaren too, their powers will fade. The light that shines through and spindles through my mist, my twilight, will cease. An inevitability that I promise you. And you will do nothing more than join the husks of the dead. And if Irina falls, Tatiana fails, then I will approach this entire game once more with heroes worthy enough to carry it out, to truly care for her. In his gaze switches to Jaren because he already mildly looked at you at the talk of clerics. I've seen the vessels that you fill. Sense them as I sense everything that enters my valley, and see where they hasten themselves towards the snow-capped mountains to our south.
Oh, fuck.
Don't get me wrong. I had no intention of denying your request.
Good. Then our thoughts align already, Warlock. As follied as your notion of altered control of this valley is, and as naive as you are to think that you might regain or keep any semblance of the self that you know, if you are so insistent on hastening to your own doom, there is no world where you bring in the rotting visage of the corpse star, while Vampir's hold still reigns on this valley. Our goals have aligned since the moment you picked up that staff. Or simply join the gaping procession of the dead, whether it be a zombie or a ghost, your choice. In the Carnus, he looks at you. Time and time again, your companions have proven that they are simply not strong enough. The last man standing, a title you could befit yourself at this point in your adventure. It will continue. Refuse my offer, and the horrors of the valley that you will face will be tenfold compared to what you have already faced. Each of them will die, and you will eventually as well, for even you cannot resist the unending onslaught that I may call in from these mists.
Are you talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking to you.
Okay. Sorry, I had to pee again because I broke the seal and it was fucked. But, Carnus is gonna respond with,
I had no intentions. As long as I get to fight powerful foes, I'm happy to go where needed.
Oh, how simple.
All I wish is for worthy adversaries.
How refreshing. Wisdom unexpected, given the company we are sitting about. And finally, to Salmon.
Finally, this guy.
No. The spirits that you commune with, that you seek to speak with, the ones that linger about your instruments and trapped in your own twisted ways of grief. There's only one way to raise these mists, one that you are capable of at least. If you do not destroy this vestige, journey to this temple, and succeed, then you and your companion musicians, once you fall, will be nothing more but another in the procession that approaches my castle every evening. If you want your vengeance, then our goals align. You may respond if you like, as many others have, or you can remain silent, Salmon.
Carnus is
It looks like our goals are aligned.
Finally to Ren. I'm curious, thief. How many broken promises will it take to undo the sins of your past?
I
Have you
ask myself that
Shit.
question every day.
Straight for the jugular.
For all the orphans that have wandered into these mists before you. All the orphans that began as nothing more but coin to undo the folly of one lost person. If you do not make the journey that I ask of you all, then you will die a liar. And I will visit Henrietta, Julia, I owe me and Kevin myself.
Kevin.
Where's Kevin? Where is he? Also, why
friends.
the fuck is his name Kevin?
What do you mean?
It's just such a like a. It's like such a like a. At least from my perspective, it's like a.
Not a fantasy
very-
name.
Yeah, it's not very. It's just Kevin. So
I
you've
mean,
got Henrietta,
Kevin is
Juliet.
a common name too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. It's just like, but it's
Who even
Kevin.
knows anyone named Kevin? Honestly.
It's
I
just
do.
Kevin.
And the grand
I know
Bill.
too.
I know.
Anywho.
Actually, I know a couple as well. It's just like I don't know. This is like the modern day. Like it's Kevin.
Rename him when you find him.
He
Okay.
does. Ren does now cut though.
Reginald
Ren's
Arbitral
trying not to pay attention.
Bernstein the Third.
Hold on, Dex. I appreciate the enthusiasm about Kevin, but yes,
Sorry,
Shauna, Ren's response, please.
Ren's trying really hard to keep a poker face, but she will cut her head at the mention of Kevin, just in clear, like, you know. But she does not interrupt him. I
The
think you're.
reality is simple, my morsels. You wish to leave. You wish to keep promises, avenge those who have lost, seek powers as naive as those seekings may be, and continue to murder. You may rage against me in any way you see fit, and I will ensure that the valley rages against you in all ways that I have held back. Or you may make the journey that I ask of you. You may do what is right, he smiles fangedly, and save Tatiana and so many others in this valley. Save those entrapped, save those trapped in this accursed, decrepit cycle. And in the process might find yourselves free as well. Or you may refuse me and die in whatever way you see fit, or more entertainingly, I see fit. And for what little it is worth, this evening in my castle will continue well beyond our dining experience. I have made far too many promises to my very excited brides on what will follow. And if you cannot survive a night in Ravenloft, then you certainly cannot survive a night in Amber Temple.
Oh no! Oh no!
Pick duffel bags.
Oh no!
Your
Weekend
beloved
at the abusive
Irina,
boyfriends.
your beloved Irina is safe within my castle and will remain so. If you seek her to accompany you, it matters little as the end goal will be the same.
So,
There
are
are
we
two
getting the
things, Ren.
vibe that the answer
Oh,
is?
she.
Are we getting the vibe that the answer is no?
To her coming with us.
Yeah.
Or at least having a
Not
choice.
the vibe quite, but he does now need a more formal answer from you all. Do you accept his joined plan to strive for the Amber Temple, enter it, destroy the vestige of Vampire, to end this cursed cycle?
I think that was.
all that entails.
I feel like we were gonna do that anyway.
I feel like Jaren is like, yeah. I mean, this kind of aligns. So he has no issues with this.
I
You
do
obviously all
if-
know that ending, quote, the cycle and freeing Tatiana, as he's putting it, has a few other things that will come accompanied
Yeah.
with that.
Mm-hmm.
That though, we're not gonna mention right now.
Tarnus is
Already
just
pissed
gonna
him off
raise
enough.
his hand and be like, "Do I get to fight strong enemies?"
Strongest that you will ever face.
I agree. I accept. Can I go now?
Will Tatiana have a hand in her own fate as we go on this next step?
How exciting. I'll answer this with a unique statement. There was already a game that I had promised my brides may partake in with each of you this eve that you are bid to survive my home. And I think we will add an additional game to the matter to increase the interest and offer you what you seek. For as I had said, if you cannot survive and find what you desire within my home,
Mm.
then any survivability of the Amber Temple and everything between it is
What have
pointless to
you-
entertain.
What have you done, Ren?
Oopsie.
My Tatiana, your Irina resides in this home. Find her. Leave with her if you can. The Ravenloft will ensure that you cannot. What's more, the original game that I had promised to my brides. Once Tatiana and I returned to Ravenloft on high upon Bucephalus, after the events in Valakai, it was clear that someone else nearby had seen her touch down with myself upon our great walls. Someone who came to play the hero. Ismark is somewhere within this castle.
No!
I've ensured that he is properly confused by his surroundings to create a unique game.
Wait, who?
Is Mark
Find
her
him-
brother?
Oh.
Not Isaac. You didn't meet her brother.
No, her
Isaac, you
stepbrother.
know, Ismark is her stepbrother from Barovia Village, who she lived
Okay,
with.
so that's why I'm
No.
confused because Sharon.
You don't, yes. There's a few characters that are being brought up, obviously, that you have not met in your the 12 sessions you were not here for. The game is Find Ismark, or at least it was. Survive Ravenloft, of which it always was meant to be, and now, I suppose, save Irina? And then I
Save
bid you
Irina?
journey to the Amber Temple. And we shall end this cycle, this curse. We shall all be heroes and saviors of the land as we're meant to be. You said save Irina questioningly, Shauna? Is something confusing to you?
No, I just meant it as like a reiteration, like, save Irene. But I didn't pause.
So,
I didn't take off my mic.
just for clarification on my own mildly drunk brain, we're supposed to survive tonight, and then, if possible, escape with Irina in order to have her actually join us.
Mm-hmm. And a
Yep.
nice side game of Find Ismark before the brides do.
Oh my god.
Find Ismark. Which one's Ismark?
Ismark is
it
her
is-
stepbrother from Barovia Village about 50
Oh.
sessions ago.
Oh, marvelous.
Now, my friends, that a deal has been made and our plans are properly aligned, and my wives have only a small head start as I promised them. We will continue to dessert before you may leave the dining hall. And the doors open once more, not to food dessert, as you are all, I'm sure, stuffed for those of you who ate, but a deliciously sweet port wine that is poured in small glasses for you. And whether or not you drink from them, the woman carrying these that distributes them is Gertruda. Young woman, please approach. We have had so little time to interact, as I know you and Esker have come to enjoy each other's company so much. I love your house. Oh, it's so much nicer than mine. I've always been looking at the castle on the hill since I was a little girl, and now I get to be here. And as he speaks, yes, a fairy tale, if ever there was one. Oh. Hey, Tex, I missed your message in the Roll20. Was something you wanted to bring up?
Yeah, but not here.
Okay, understood. Well, anyway, let's see what we're about to be done here, guys, too, so. Poopity poop.
No, literally.
As Strahd speaks to Gertruda, there is no resistance as he simply says, "My dearest, it is time to enjoy dessert for the evening. Bend your neck." As she does so happily
Ah.
across the table, Strahd locks eyes with all of you one by one. And with a sickening crunch, swiftly sinks his gaping fanged maw into her neck. And at first, the smile across her charmed face does not fade as the color from it does. But as the moments pass and his drinking does not cease, that smile does fade as the charmed effect wears off, and yet she cannot move up and away from the moment she's found herself trapped in, as Strahd is drinking this woman to death. I give you all
Not
but a
the
moment to
crunching,
react.
not the crunching on snacks. Oh my god, who was that?
That was me, and it was ice.
Good god.
Oh, God.
I give you all
Perfection.
that the hair's moment that your heroes would have in this moment, and no longer.
Fuck. Okay.
I've never claimed to be a hero from the start, so.
I think Jaren is just trying to like put on a strong face, kind of stomach it. Did he just witness that, you know?
She's not dead yet. She's
Ren
clearly dying.
Ren understanding. I think in her heart of hearts, no. I think I go to like reach for.
Ren goes to reach for
As fast-
Gertruda.
I guess just like an instinct, like oh fuck, like.
I won't stop you. You have to tell me if a reach turns into a grab.
Oh, Ren's out here grabbing people again, goddammit.
Yeah, I think Jaren is like, I cannot interrupt this. There's nothing I can do. Like, I don't want to piss him off and make this. We already have to deal with surviving the night. This is clearly a test.
It's
Ren's-
definitely like a, are you guys
I
actually going to
haven't
be on?
grabbed her, but
Mhm.
I did reach for her. Players.
You see Ren make a motion towards this girl. And Strahd's eyes, though his mouth has not left her neck, does lock with yours, Ren. I'm very
Okay.
curious what Clara and Salmon do, as they are the only good aligned people at the table, as this woman is being killed in front of them.
I need to consult my spells. Right? I need to
Could be
see
like,
if
is
there's.
this really necessary.
There's no answer to that comment,
Mm.
as he just
can't-
continues to
I
drink.
can't subtly cast spells is my issue.
No, there's no moments for subtlety in this.
Yeah, I think
I
Jared
think
is
if
literally
she-
just like, this is a test.
I was gonna say if Strahd snaps his gaze out of his feast, then I think that's enough to. Okay. Not die tonight, and I'm gonna sit on my hands and look down at my plate.
Gertruda's eyes linger on yours, Ren, as the light fades from them, as the person who
Yeah.
looked like she was about to help her.
Oh.
Clara's mind races with what magic she might be able to cast. and-
Could I, as Salmon, try? Would I know if I cast Feign Death on Gertrude or Greta, whatever the G named the lady who's dying?
Yeah.
That Strahd would know immediately and still just ignore it.
I don't think he would care.
He's eating her.
Yeah, but it would be like, okay, he's done. She's dead. You know, he got it.
I don't think it matters if she's dead or not. It matters whether he's had his fill.
Yeah.
It's not really anything.
You can cast Feign Death, and he would absolutely see you cast the spell, unless you had a way to subtly cast it.
I
Mhm.
don't.
So, that is the answer I give to that.
Hey.
I think then, everyone, this table of heroes, sits and watches as an innocent girl is killed in front of them.
I literally hate the fact that everybody keeps calling us heroes. I'm not a fucking hero, goddammit. I'm just here to kill things.
Why are you
That's it.
here,
No.
man?
No, you're certainly not. Heroes wouldn't sit back and watch an innocent girl get killed.
Heroes would absolutely do that if it meant that they can actually greater
See
good
the end of
this
the night.
afterwards. Like
Death of innocence for greater good. is
death of
not-
an innocent that we can't stop without basically killing ourselves.
I
Right?
just want you to remember that heroes
I'm
would
smiling.
sacrifice you to save the world,
Mm-hmm.
and villains would sacrifice the world to save you. I'm a fucking villain, but I'm not gonna sacrifice this random bitch I don't know anything about.
Also,
So
guys, this is a chess game. You sometimes
Yeah.
have to get rid of a couple to get ahead.
Mhm.
Not to
That's
sound so
exactly what's
morbid,
happening.
but-
She was dead either way.
But,
There's
like,
there's no
yep,
point.
if Strahd wasn't gonna
He's
react and he
he's
was
trying to
doing
see
some
if
kind
we're
of,
gonna
like,
react
plan
against
hitting
him.
her, then like maybe there is something I could do or think of trying. But the fact that he looked over was like,
The
no,
charmed
fully
light
aware.
in Gertruda's eyes had faded quickly after the initial bite, and whatever fairy tale she was hallucinating in by magics of the castle and these vampires is gone, as she's nothing more than an innocent girl, far from home, bleeding out on the table in front of many capable individuals. And with the last gasp of breath, as her eyes lock on Ren, the only person who was almost standing up to grab her and then sat back down, that final light
Oh, man.
leaves her eyes, and Strahd pulls his head back from the revealed spinal vertebrae, given the strength of the bite that he ripped into this innocent girl, and she slumps to the ground. The games begin. I enjoyed our dinner. Enjoy Castle Ravenloft, and remember our deal. And with that, Strahd stands. He exits out the bronze doors that close behind him, and they slam shut. And you are left at the table of a half-eaten feast, an eerie silence, and a woman's dead body upon the ground. And your night in Ravenloft begins. And that's the session. That's Dinner with Strahd, everybody.
God.
Woo!
Oh,
God damn.
we.
Survived Dinner with Strahd.
Oh.
That's what you did. Congratulations. Not only as players who made it to this session, given, again, I can't speak enough how far it is into the traditional campaign and how difficult it is to get to here as just grown men and women with life schedules, but you also survived the dinner itself.
Goddamn. That was a heavy one.
Next session will, as I said, be very different. It'll not be RP and artistic backdrops.
No. It doesn't sound like it will be.
You are going to be in Castle Ravenloft. It is going to be a grid-style, 5-foot by 5-wood, multi-map crawling dungeon. So, come prepared with that in mind, as that will be the tone of that D&D session, and likely the session or two afterwards as well.
Okay, I am going to stop the recording now because it is almost 5 hours and 20 minutes long.